Let's get the little face out. There we are. Okay, so I've got my game running already, and I've got Aseprite open, but nothing's open yet, so it's the home screen. What else we got here? We got GB Studio in the background here. Yeah, so still don't have the title screen or the logo, but the fight scene's looking good. Enemy tile swap. Now I figured out that I could make things go way faster to put more enemies in the game by just making a duplicate of this with only 4 enemies, and changing the enemies, and then just telling it to use a different tile sheet and use the exact same code to generate the enemies. Then I could pump out a whole bunch of enemies, but then I'd be left with a bunch of white squares, and I don't know how that works. I don't know how much space each scene takes up and how much white space takes up, or any of that. Obviously it would be more optimized if I had each square completely filled up, but yeah, right now that's not the case. It takes a while to draw them, and if I were to fill up each square, it would take nearly the whole jam to get all of that sorted out, because there's so many numbers in tile swapping to do. So it might actually be better for the jam to just do it that way as an experiment. And if I wanted to, I could always add more to the code and then add more to each tile swap background as it goes. Goosemaster checking in. What are you working on? Okay, I'm working on a GB Studio game, which means that it's for Game Boy, and then it's also for a game jam, so that means that it's a competition. Hey, how's the audio, by the way? Is the background music too loud? Should I turn that down just a little bit, or is that okay? But yeah, so I'm making a Game Boy game, and it actually runs on a Game Boy if you were to put it on a ROM. It's a bit much. Okay, let me see if I can turn that shit down. There we go. High pitch. You just don't like the music that it's playing. How's the volume though? Sorry you don't like the pitch. It should be, I don't know, it changes, but it's definitely that like fake bit, almost chiptune music. It's stuff that I made, but that's okay if you don't like it, I don't mind. Volume was also loud. Is it better now? Because that's what I'm shooting for, is a good volume mix. So this is what I've got. I'm pretty proud of it actually, because if you look at GB Studio, if I shrink it down again, yeah, the music is good. It was just the high pitch and the volume combination. Okay, cool, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, so if we close this down and take a look at what the scene actually looks like, this is what's actually loaded on the screen, and then these coordinates are being used to tile swap these tiles into position based on code. So there's like a whole bunch of variety that I'm getting out of this one fight scene. So if I go back into the game view, we've got 3 eyeballs, and this one's kind of off center, and those ones are centered. But yeah, the next fight might not be the same, or it might be the same. Yeah, so this is the first place, this is the second place, this is the third place. I'm thinking that, because it tells you here, and that's kind of annoying. Oh, the fish kills you. It just says straight up, fish kills you. Because I was like really sleepy when I left it last, and now it's like getting to the point where the fish attacks you, and I just, instead of like, yeah, I don't know where I left off, but the fish killed me. It doesn't actually kill me. So yeah. So how does this game work? It's a fishing game. So essentially here I am outside of the trigger, just going around, and these don't have colliders yet, and they don't have extra edge tiles yet, because I've drawn it. I just didn't want to go through and do all that yet. And the water isn't animated yet, so it looks kind of shitty right now. And then you can see it actually slowed down as I traveled into the trigger, because it's not the most optimized. but it'll work for a game jam. All right, so it's asking me if I want to fish, which, you know, most fishing games will probably have some type of meter that comes up and see if you catch the fish. But since I'm trying to make a JRPG fishing game, it actually just asks you yes or no right now, which I'm hoping to change to something else, but right now it works for testing. And then so yeah, now it enters the fight scene, and I'm still working on all of this stuff. So I just put in the dialogues right before I went to bed last night. So actually it was this morning. I forgot I had a dentist appointment at like noon. It was like 6 a.m. I was like, oh shit, I still need to sleep. So I got like 3 hours of sleep, 4 hours of sleep, 3.5 hours of sleep, and went to get my teeth cleaned, and then had a fresh bill of health from the dentist, so that's good. And then I came home and just went right back to bed. Woke up at like freaking 7 or so. 6 or 7. The fish killed me again. Didn't even give me a chance to attack. So clearly something's broken here. Did I change? Did I? Okay, yeah. I've got the wrong window up. I thought I had OBS up, but I had Twitch up, pause. I was like, wait a second, the starting screen is still up? That's not good. Hey, it's good sleep. I mean, there's like sleep debt. That's the way I look at it. You know, if you don't get enough sleep, then it kind of like builds up, for me at least, and then I need to like get that sleep back. And then my sleep schedule gets all messed up, so I'm gonna be up all night long without any issues, and that should be a good time. We'll see how far I actually get on this. I am actually kind of delving into territory that I've never done before, which is kind of fun. One demon fish ahead is a great quote. Yeah, I was thinking I'm gonna make the game title Demon Fish Dead Ahead, because I just kind of wrote it and then it was there, and I'm like, Demon Fish Dead Ahead. 3 demon fish dead ahead. I want them to be more and more demon-like as we go here, so that should be cool. There was an issue when there was 3 of the same, where it was like, first is Spike, and then it said again, first is Spike, and then it said, second is third. I was like, what? How did it say that? I must have typed that in there, because it shouldn't be able to do that. It doesn't have string values in this engine, so yeah. Let's get back to the engine here and see how messed up this is. Alright, so we've got, where are we? Fuck. Okay, it's this thing. It's so small. I'm used to having such a big project that this is the whole project. And this is like not even done, you know what I mean? It's just kind of thrown in there to have something. This is the only testing area so far yet. But I'm trying to get the mechanics down before I go hog wild on adding content. Second is third. Yeah, it was like some AI bullshit, but it wasn't. It was like something that I wrote. Second is third. And this is actually pretty convoluted stuff here. There's a lot to this code, and it's going to be hard for me to jump back into, but that's why we're here. We're jumping back into the code. So we've got these are if the enemy count is 1, if the enemy count is 2, if the enemy count is 3, if the enemy count is 4. So that's kind of self-explanatory. There's 4 slots, and if there's only 3, then I center this one. If there's only 1, then I kind of center that one. And from each of these, it has a whole bunch of stuff in here. So these are the black tiles, which we no longer need, because when you have 4 on the screen, you don't want to load any black tiles because we're loading all fish. So here are the fish. We've got position 1, position 2, position 3, and position 4. These green ones are commons, and then these dark green ones, it's got each slot is asking if it's enemy type 0 through enemy type 3, and then these slots, these are all what we call the GBVM script, right? It's basically code, but it's like it's not written like code. It's written like really convoluted code. It's hard to read, hard to understand, and there's a heck of a lot of it. But what it's doing is taking this index tile number, which is actually this tile right here, index number 0, on this background, which is referenced right here. So this is referencing this scene. Oh, and then I clicked off of it. And this number is referencing this tile. And then this number is referencing a position in this space. So this is 10:6, and I actually wrote the numbers. They're hard to read, but you can find 10:6 right here, and it says it in the bottom left corner as well, where the stream avatars are walking there. It says 10x10 y6. So having it both places makes it a little bit easier. It is hard to read like this because it was hard to fit the numbers into 8 pixels. But yeah, each one of these is a different index and a different position. And then, like I said, each one of these has all of these within it. So there is actually quite a bit going on here, but I debugged it all. There was so many bugs. Oh, you asked what game engine? Sorry, this is GB Studio. So yeah, up in the corner we got GB Studio. This is 4.31, I want to say, or 4.13, or it's 4.13, I think, 4.13. Anyways, it's the newest version. I just downloaded it, and it's pretty awesome. It's got you can select multiple things. Oh, so if I hold shift, I can select multiple things now. It used to not be like that. So if I want to, I could delete all of that shit, but I don't want to. I'm gonna unselect it. What I want to do is the dialogues. So I want to find where that's happening. This stuff I know is all tile swapping, but then we have turn RNG. So it's going to decide whose turn it is randomly. So that's why sometimes it just says fish killed you. Sure do wish I understood any of that stuff you said. I'm sorry. Yeah. Basically this engine works with a lot of tiles. So the tiles are 8 by 8 pixel squares, like one of these little tiles in the corner. So yeah, I'm referencing tiles on different scenes and injecting them into this scene using code. That way I don't have to make a million of these scenes with different combinations of fish in it just to get these 4 fish in a variety of positions, right? And I could take it further, but because it's a game jam, I really don't want to just go into it. Something like that might actually be easier, not for me, but for someone who's skilled at programming C, to do it outside of this engine, or to use just straight up GBVM, which is what this engine's based off of, or the GB TK, the Game Boy Toolkit. So basically a bunch of tools that homebrew people made pretty far back in the day now to help make Game Boy games. But yeah, I'm pretty new to the game actually as far as homebrew goes. I got really into Unity around 2013. I started using Unity, and eventually I got good enough at Unity where I wanted to do other engines as well, and I messed around with Unreal a little bit, but I didn't like it, and I do really like this engine. It's very much not like Unity, so it's nice to be able to jump back and forth between things. Well, don't look at you. You sure you don't know C programming? I mean, I don't know it either. It's like, it's not the world's hardest thing, but it's one of those things that you gotta like spend some time learning. All right, so this trigger, all it does is change one variable, but then there's a script on, or no, there's on this guy, we've got the on update function running. Every frame, it checks to see if that variable is flipped. So if it is, then we start running all of this stuff. And then eventually it runs the fight scene. Because it asks you if you want to fish, all of that stuff. Yeah. And then it's got the overworld random number generator, which I lowered to 16 to make things happen a little bit quicker. But sometimes it still takes a while, but I guess that's random for you. Alright, so back to this guy, because this is where the dialogue's occurring, and that's where I wanna get in and do things. Alright, so if it's the enemy turn, this is where I just kind of like, I don't know what to do. I'm tired, my head's spinning, I got dentist appointment, so I wrote fish kills you. What we really want to do is come up with a damage variable and randomly select how much damage the fish does to you, and then subtract that from the player's health, which I do remember coding, and then check to see if the player's health is completely depleted, and then say the fish kills you, and then start the game or restart the game, or I don't know what I'm gonna do there. I guess I'll have to do save points, and it'll load the save point then. That makes sense. I haven't thought that far ahead. Dog, I don't know any programming. That's okay. No problem. You know, actually, this engine you don't need any programming for, which is kind of nice. Are you any type of technical skill kind of person, or artist, or anything? Content creator? Video game player? I really appreciate you hanging out and chatting, even if you're not a programmer. I actually started doing music and art, and then because I graduated from the American Academy of Art in Chicago in 2009 with a degree in 3D modeling and animation, and there weren't a lot of people hiring that year because what happened was there was the housing crisis, right? So there was all of these like jobs that were like, people were losing their jobs because they couldn't afford to get paid, their employers couldn't afford to pay them, all this stuff was going on, right? So the games industry was kind of lucky because it was a little bit incubated from that, but it wasn't hiring. It didn't have to fire like a ton that year, like, but everyone was really happy to have their job. So you know, no one was leaving. No one was looking for other studio work. They were very happy with whatever studio hired them at that point, back in 2009 when I graduated. So there were a few people getting hired, but they were either really, really good, or they had family that got them the job. That's literally how it went. Like, and it's funny because I've been in the industry long enough to like see other people who kind of started where I did and made it in AAA, and that's kind of interesting to me because it's like either they're like really, really good, or they're related to someone and hopefully really good too, but you know, yeah, gaming went crazy during quarantine. Absolutely, man. It went so crazy that a lot of these big wig like publishers and developing studios, they have like shareholders and stuff, and there's people pulling the strings, you know, people who own the studios, or companies that own the studios behind closed doors or whatever, and or behind the curtain, and those people kind of assumed that like things would keep going that way, and now it's like pretty obvious that that's not the case. So a lot of these people are just backing out of the industry, and by doing so closing the doors on a lot of studios, and that's really crazy. It's no longer like what's the word, it's no longer surprising at all when a studio closes, even after a game just released. Like, not only do they fire all their staff, but they completely close these days. And it's because a lot of these, you know, investors are just backing out because they're realizing that they're not making nearly as much as they thought they would because they joined late during the quarantine. And yeah, they watch games like Animal Crossing skyrocket and they're like, well, fuck, we could have done that. Yeah, no, maybe it looks that way from an outside perspective, but that was a lot of stuff culminating with like Animal Crossing coming to a boiling point. And even Doom was kind of the same way. People were like ready for a new Doom game. I mean, it wasn't that great. I bought it, but it wasn't that great. And I played the crap out of Animal Crossing. I played more Animal Crossing than I did Doom during the quarantine. A lot of stuff is going on in the creative industries. Yeah, absolutely, across the board. You said it. The creative industries, the entertainment industries, even the like the DIY creative industries, like Twitch streaming and stuff like that. A lot of things are going on. Just always constantly changing. Alright, so I still haven't found what I'm looking for here. So I got the call script player's turn. Okay, so this is kind of what I was doing here. I had this battle player turn. We've got this up here. This is tells you first scene of the player's turn, or fight scene player's turn. My eyes are shit. Let's see. Variable A equals player attack option. Variable B equals enemy count. Variable C equals attack position option. These mean options. Those are set to local variables. And then enemy count is a global variable. Let's see here. Alright, so attack choice based on enemy count. Display cast at which. So there's a switch. It's variable A if it's 4 options. And that's the player being asked if they want to cast, brace, yeah, brace is 2, so we'll make a dialogue for that. Dialogues are kind of like debugging in this engine. Basically, debug is where you make a little message, so that way it's programmed to tell you something when it hits that line of code. And this kind of works the same way. It's programming it to display a dialogue when it hits this line of code. Of course, it's not a line of code, but it's like visual scripting essentially is what it is. Each of these modules is a line of code, and then the blank spot is like a variable essentially. So instead of using strings, we're just typing the strings in manually, and then it probably uses ASCII or binary to determine what letter goes where, because it's got a font thing going on too. I don't know, but I don't know. We don't need to worry about it. We're just gonna type I don't know what it should say. Grab hold your hat. Defense up. So I don't know how I'm going to do defense yet. The easiest way would just be a single Boolean saying, are you defending or are you not defending? If you're defending, take a percentage of the damage off. So maybe that's what I should do. So to do that, I'll just type var val to get variable set to value, and we're going to make it. Oh, you know, you can't actually make a new variable. This is one thing that bothers me in this engine, is that you can't make a new variable within the script. You have to actually go to somewhere else within the game world, and the game world is this window. So I'm just going to go to the bottom of this script, and I'm going to copy this event and paste it again, and then just change this to a different script or a different variable. I'm gonna make we'll call it player defending, and it's value 0 to 1, so it's an integer, but I'm using it as a boolean. So if we wanted to later, we could be like you get oh, fish. I love it. Yeah, I don't have a fishing thing, unfortunately, but that's perfect. I was thinking about that every time it comes up and says fish. I was like I should put the explanation beforehand. It'll be an Easter egg for indie stream. I don't know how common that is to have a fishing thing on stream. I've never seen that before, to be honest. Alright, so player defending has a 0. So if we go to, you know, I can actually get rid of that, because otherwise, if I don't, I'll forget about it, and then it will make me lose my defense on the update function, which is not what I want. So I'm going back here, and now I'm changing this to that variable we just made, which is player defending, and I'm going to change it to a 1. And that should be all it needs to happen in 2. Specific indie reference. Doing that probably in probability chess. Doing that probably in probability. Oh, is that what your game you're working on? Probability chess? Is that what you're doing? Wait, you said you're not a programmer. Doing that probably in probability chess. I don't know what that is. That's a tongue twister is what that is. Oh, you and Cryptic are making a game. Okay, but you don't do any programming. So are you an artist then? Or a story writer? Or a narrative designer or something? Community manager? I could keep going. Artist, voice actor, and rules writer. Nice, nice. That's very cool. So, how long have you been voice acting for? I'm gonna go into each of your hobbies or your career choice, or however you describe it. Like a few months for fun. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, you know, I don't do it professionally. Well, kind of on accident, because I'm a game developer, so like it's really easy to just like step in and say like, oh, I can do a voice. So I don't really consider it like I'm a professional voice actor, because that's very different than what I do. I mean, in a lot of ways it's the same. I end up editing it, and I end up, you know, doing all the things that a voice actor does, but I do that and then I stop for months, and then I do it again months later. Where voice actors that are professional voice actors, they just keep going. That's their career. So I'm not a career voice actor. I guess that's the better way to put it. I have done it for money at this point, but it was a weird thing. I was getting paid for developing a game that required voicing, so I just did the voicing and got paid for it, right? But yeah, so how long have you been doing art then? Yeah, you got a studio mic right now, audio coming from interface. Nice, nice. Yeah, I don't actually have like a mixer interface for my computer, but I have a, what do you call that? A Focusrite. The Scarlett 2i2, that's what I have. So it's kind of a cheap Focusrite, but I got it used. But it's been great for me. I had something even worse. I don't know where it's at. I don't use it anymore. But yeah, I'm like a DJ as well. So I started doing external audio for a while, and I always had microphones around, but I finally got a Blue Yeti eventually, and that's kind of where I left off. Oh, I just sketch for fun. Sometimes I'll do digital too. That's awesome. Yeah. No, I did study art, but I don't do it for money very much outside of game art now. In fact, it's kind of taken a back seat, unfortunately. I was kind of thinking about buying Clip Studio Paint because it's like on sale right now, and I think I should buy it, but I just don't have time to like get back into drawing. I do have a 22-inch graphic tablet. I end up using this tiny Intuos pen and touch though because it's just convenient. You want, I can DM you some of my work. Yeah. Do you know where I'm at on oh yeah, you can DM me on wherever, on Twitch, or if you know where I'm at on Discord. I don't know, I'm in Indies thing. But yeah, I'll check out your art. I can share it on stream if you want. Yo, procrastinating, that's never good. I take it that's you. It's streamer mode, so I can only see the first letter of your name. But yeah, send over some art. I'll take a look at it, and if it's okay for stream, I'll share it. Professional procrastinator. Nice. Yeah. I can be like that, but sometimes I get in this groove where I'm just like zoom, and streaming actually kind of helps me get into that. But I'm not very social in my normal daily life in the real world, so like this gives me a chance to like open up as a social being for like the first time ever. It feels like every time, even though I was just doing it last night. But I also do a podcast, so I do like reach out to random strangers all the time too. So I'm also kind of comfortable with this. I used to do like call center work also, so yeah, technical call center work. But yeah, I wish I did more painting and traditional art and even digital art. But I do so much pixeling now and 3D and things like voicing and music and anything that a game needs. I love doing it. I really do love making stuff for games. So I think the third option was tackle. So I don't have an inventory set up yet, but I should. And I don't know the best way to do this. Probably pull up a whole nother scene. So I was right before the stream. I like to exercise for like two sessions of 30 minutes every day, and while I was exercising before the stream, I had all these ideas come to me, because that's why I love exercising so much, is because it's like a fast track to like the theta wave state where all these ideas just start coming to you. And if you've got a clipboard, because I use a recumbent cycle to exercise, so I'll have a clipboard and I'll just be like jotting down ideas, or I'll even set up my computer around it if I got time or feel like moving at all, and I'll just start zooming while I'm cycling. And then anyways, long story short, I got all these ideas for the game now. Let me get the clipboard. Yeah, so let's see here. One thing that I want to do is have size for each fish. Like, so when you kill the fish, you'll catch the fish is the plan, and then you'll have trophies for the biggest one of each type, and then at the start screen you'll be able to look through the trophies. That would be like the ultimate like cool, but I don't know if I'll be able to do that in time for the game jam. But I also want to do like a bait shop, and I want to do a tackle shop and like put them in different locations, maybe do multiples with different types and stuff like that. So I do want to have an inventory. Of course, the tackle is probably going to be more like key item inventory, where like there's an icon maybe, or you just know that you have it, or it's like a special spot in your inventory. But yeah, so I think I should do something like Zelda as far as the map. So I've got some art here from Goosemaster7. Interesting. It looks like some type of like helping armor or something, like workers from the future, right? Doing some type of labor with machine help. Pretty interesting. Engineer guy. Is that the title? So what are we looking at? Is this concept art? Kinda. So is it for a project? I like the expression. Like it's so simple, the face and like the arms and legs, there's not a lot of movement in the joints, but then the face has like this like expression, and the hands actually work with the expression. You make a lot of concepts for future projects. Right on. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I have lots of concepts for future projects. Yeah, I do pen on paper, but same concept, did it down on paper. What I do is I use computer paper now, so I don't have lines in it. I used to use lined paper, and I have a whole bunch of drawings with lined paper just like this. But now I use computer paper and this clipboard that I got actually from my art school. But you can get a clipboard from anywhere. And dude, clipboard is actually clipboard with computer paper is such a good system. And then there's another step to the system. I have binders with plastic sleeves. So I have all these, I have what, 2 or 3 binders with plastic sleeves, and I put, when I'm done with the notes, like a list, because that's the beauty part about computer paper, is that you can still use it for lists and writing and stuff like that, and you'll actually get good at writing in a straight line that way. But then you can switch over to a drawing seamlessly, or do like a box or a flow chart. The one on the right is the same guy as the stick figure, by the way, so I can rig him up in multiple styles. Okay, so it's a drawing of the same character, just trying to do some different testing different things, testing different options. Obviously he's like a little further away. Alright, so let's move on to the next one. I appreciate you sharing your art, by the way. I'll try not to be harsh in my critique. Sometimes I can be a little bit hypercritical, but I'll try not to be, because no one deserves that when they're just sharing their art. But if you ever want it, I could totally give you more pointers. Let's make this smaller. So that looks a little bit like indie, right? It's this little icon. This one is indie drawn digitally. Okay, so the likeness is there. I see it. You'll have to let indie know that I see the likeness. Is there more planned for this one, or is this a work in progress, or is this it? I feel like if we got it too small, this was it, that was it. If we got it too small, well, I guess we can't get it any smaller, but I feel like the face is good, but I feel like if it was a different color, it'd be more visible. I don't know which color it should be, but it just blends in with the skin so much. Sorry, now I'm getting in my harsh critique here. I have it so I can slap it on the stock images. It's pretty good. It's pretty good for that, for sure. I like the expression. Alright, we'll move on to the next one here. All right, so it looks like we've got some type of character. He's got, or I think it's a boy. It's got knee pads, shoes, a striped shirt. Are these gloves, or is that just how large the hands are? You agree about the eyes. A later drawing gives more context to him. Big hands style. Okay, cool. Right on. Yeah, they definitely look like hands, so that's good. Like cartoon hands, but they look like hands, so. And the proportions are pretty good. I mean, cartoon proportions, but still good, you know? They work. Nice work. Let's see here. What's next? All right. Yeah, taking pictures of graphite is super difficult. So this is almost the same pose as the last one. Is that his name, Nico? Is that what's going on here? We've got Nico. Does he turn into a ghost? Or is he talking to the ghost? Ghost child fell off his bike. Can fake a human form. So it's a ghost man? Hey Kixie. How you doing, Kixie? Yeah, he's a ghost. Okay, okay. He's a ghost boy. Nice. I like it. I like this expression and the ghost hair. Or I don't know if that's, I guess that's hair, but it looks like ghost hair. Cause here's the ghost hair and there's ghost hair. But I like that expression. That's a good one. Thanks for joining, by the way, Kixie. I appreciate it. Ghost child. Oh my god. FNAF. FNAF. I always say FNAF, but I guess the kids say it FNAF. Yeah, I drew these. Not me. Not me. Goose Master drew these. I'm just reading what he's typing. Or what they're typing. Middle left is the first one I ever drew. Middle left, so this is the first Nico ever? Cool. Yeah, no, I used to have a similar issue with pencil going in too deep into the paper like that. That's one of the reasons why I moved to pen. But graphite is so difficult. But this works really well as like a character sheet, right? Or concept art. I don't know. So there's conjecture about what concept art is. In the industry, concept art is basically anything that allows you to conceptualize the final design. But it's also how you make really fancy art that you use for promotions and stuff like that. So it's like two different things. But it's, you know, this here is with the lines. You can actually use that to measure it, right? And then if you rotate it, you can keep those same measurements on those same lines. Kixie says, "Wow, Goose, I love your art style." Yeah, it's really very nice and cartoony, and it reminds me of some of those web comics you see. Oh, I do that intentionally sometimes with graphite. Oh, you dig deep intentionally. Right on. Yeah, it definitely affects the draw or the photograph of it. And sometimes it'll leave an imprint on the page underneath, right? You gotta like do 2 pages at a time. Yeah. Or like sometimes when you sharpen graphite, it's just like way sharper than it should be. Or like just on one edge, and it's like scratches the paper instead of putting down graphite. I guess it depends on the the pencil and the softness of the graphite. Graphite has a satisfying scratch on the paper. I actually don't like that feeling. I don't like scratching on paper. As an artist, you'd think I would like appreciate that more, but I don't know. I like a smooth glide. Then you can unveil the secret art underneath with coloring the page, or which coloring the page? Is that like coloring with witchcraft? No, I'm just kidding. With coloring, I'm sure you meant to say. But witch coloring sounds interesting too. Not to make fun. That does actually sound interesting. All right, let's move on to the next piece. We're just taking a little a break from the GB Studio to look at Goose's art. Bro really said, I don't know. This must be like some type of emoji almost, right? Point up, dork. Look up, dork. I don't know. This isn't Among Us. My mom was just today a nerd emoji. Yeah, okay. My mom just today was asking me what Among Us was and if it was safe for children. I was like, well, I don't know. I haven't played it, but it's one of those social games, so you should probably play it with your kid if you're going to play it with kid, if it's going to be. But I think she was talking about Among Us in Minecraft, which I think is probably just, you know, benign. But Minecraft isn't always benign either, so I tell them the same thing. I tell all parents the same thing. I don't have kids, but use the game with your kid. Play the game with your kid. Be there when things go wrong, so that way you can fix it. You know what I mean? Because it will go wrong. It's totally sus Among Us. I don't know the difference between sus Among Us and regular Among Us. Is that an emoji for Among Us? I never actually played emoji. I mean, Among Us emoji. Emoji was a movie. That's different. No, Emoji Movie. I don't think I saw that either, but I remember it being a thing. So there's a lot of action going on here, a lot of movement. I like the composition, all pointing to one spot, literally and figuratively pointing. Well, he's literally pointing too, but this guy's like conceptually pointing, and this guy is pointing with his eyes. That's something that Da Vinci used to use all the time, is that his eyes would form these triangles. And triangles are like super appealing to the eye. I mean, don't get me wrong, so are circles. But because your eyes can get lost in circles. Because it's all about the movement of the eye in composition, right? And like you've got these feet following that, so it creates this movement there. And same thing here, another triangle. And here's another triangle. You never played Emoji? I don't think Emoji was a game. There was an Emoji movie though, so it wouldn't surprise me if there was an Emoji game. You never played Among Us, but you played Amogus. This is a bunch of my characters. I don't know what Amogus is. Is that a variation of Among Us? Oh, I already looked at that one. What's this one? So we've got On Project PC. Looks like a character with some knee pads and boots. The uniform looking thing. It's pretty good. It's got nice proportions. Again, the lines are good to reproduce it because you can measure it that way. This is for probability chess. Okay. So what kind of game is probability chess? Is it 2D or 3D? Is it dark and disturbing? Is it light-hearted and fun? Oh, I looked at that one. Let's go to this one. Nice. Is this a crown or is it a hat? I think it's a crown. That's interesting. Very dark. Among Us shortened. So is this the hip way to write Among Us? Is to write Amogus? Chess with dice and cards. Okay, so 2D then, I take it. unless you're presenting chess in 3D, which has been done before. And cards, interesting. So is it going to be a roguelite? I have to ask that if there's cards involved. Oh, 3D chess. Okay, cool, cool. I like the idea of 3D chess with cards. It's a king. Okay, cool. Well, that makes sense if it's for a chess game, right? So let's move on to this character. So is this the colored version of what we were looking at before in this screenshot? I realized the hair is different, but the uniform's almost the same. This one doesn't have knee pads, but the top is the same. And the boots are same, and it looks like gloves here. Nah. Different character. Oh, okay, okay. It looks like it's from the same universe though, so that fits, that works. I kind of like the pink eyes, but it kind of looks like their eyes are closed. But it's the expressions, I like the expressions. I wonder what Disney has to say about this hairstyle. No, it's good. It works well. I like the color scheme too. The white and pink, or this is like a light purple pink, right? It's not just any pink. And then you've got this green, which is pretty saturated, which I like. I like saturated green as a highlight. And then the white, it's almost Power Ranger-esque. Cool. Well, thanks for sharing your art, Goose. It's very interesting. And then Kixie, I think did you miss this one? Or have you seen this elsewhere? Kixie says, I played once and ended up being awkward and didn't play again. Was that Among Us you're talking about? Or Amogus? I'm just kidding. Thank you for sharing your art, Goose. Yes, absolutely. Thank you for sharing your art. Among Us. Okay. Yeah, I thought about playing it, but it was one of those pandemic games that came and went before I had a chance. Because I was using the pandemic to get a lot of work done. I was actually getting a lot of work done before the pandemic, but yeah. What is that? You don't recognize the likeness? I recognize it right away. I'm not gonna tell you. You just have to guess. He's the dude with the gun. It's Indy. Alright, I blew it. It's a little bit hard to see the difference between these colors, but other than that, it's perfect, I would say. And then there was more, right? Because Kixie came in during the art share. Oh, there was one more. Yeah, this was the first one. We can, whoa, zoom in a bit here. That's too large. What have you done? Any tips? Ooh, I like the robotic arm. So for tips, I would say, as far as like graphite goes, I know that traditionally people like to see thinner lines, and instead of like going over it a bunch of times, this is a really useful trick, is that they make artist pencils, right? And it's not super expensive, but it's kind of expensive for pencils because it's like a set. But I recommend getting a set of either like Staedtler brand or Faber-Castell brand. Those are two brands that I stand by for drawing pencils. And you don't want to drop them because sometimes they'll break on the inside and then you'll lose some lead or whatever. But yeah, I would get a set of pencils and use the 8B for real darks like that. And that way you don't have to rely on digging in, which won't look deep. Because on a photograph, it doesn't look deep anymore. Like in person, it looks deep and it adds depth. But in a photograph, it adds shininess to it, and that's another thing that the artist pencils actually help avoid, is that they're not nearly as shiny. So if you were gonna photograph a graphite drawing using like an 8B for your darkest dark, then you'll actually see that darkest dark rather than the reflection. Of course, the lighting is going to make a huge difference whenever you're photographing art. If you want some more, I got sketches I didn't photograph yet, but I don't want to take you away from your coding time. Well, I definitely appreciate you sharing your art, and if you want to share more of your art, then you can take it upon yourself to do so, and I'd be happy to look at it, but I do want to do some coding here. But yeah, I don't mind being sidetracked at all. I'm going to be up probably all night, so don't worry about my coding time. Eventually, there won't be anyone watching and I'll be coding all by myself because it'll be 6 in the morning and I'll still be going. Because that's kind of what my schedule's like. I woke up like, oh no, so last night I stopped streaming around 6 or 5 or 6, and then I went to bed like right away because I had a dentist appointment at noon that I didn't realize, like 12:15. So I had to wake up and like go to the dentist with like 3.5 hours of sleep. And I was like trying not to fall asleep as he's like scraping my teeth. No, but my teeth are clean, no cavities, everything looked good. I went straight to bed. Woke up at like 6 or 7, started the cycle over again, got some exercise in, hopped on the computer, and now I'm back at it. But the game is doing really well. I don't know if you guys saw the tweet or anything like that, but on Twitter or whatever, but things are coming together a lot quicker than I thought it would. So I'm actually pretty happy with what's going on with this streaming the Game Boy development thing. At first I was a little worried. I was like, well, it's an engine that I don't really know that well compared to Unity, and let's get some cooler colors. Oh, that's a cool color. It doesn't look like hell anymore, but it's nice to have some variation. It's the underworld. So we've decided that we're going to put an exclamation point in front of that and remove the question mark. So hopefully no one gets the joke and they say there's a typo. One demon fish dead ahead. First up is Ely. You're up, what'll it be? So I think I'm gonna change the wording there, because first up is tells you what's going on, but then it's like you're up, and that's a little confusing. You just reposted it, I think. Well, thank you, I appreciate the repost. Definitely appreciate that. So I've got cast, brace, tackle, and belay. So cast is fight, brace is defend, tackle is item, and belay is run. So we're gonna use brace for the first time ever. Grab hold your hat. Grab hold your hat. I feel like that's how a pirate would say it. They'd probably throw an arg in there. Maybe I should give it another line that says arg. Hold on your hat. So yeah, right now it just has one dialogue and then it kind of just ends anytime you hit a button, because that's the way I've programmed it, so it doesn't just lock into the fight screen. And the second fight always takes much longer than the first fight. I'm not sure what's going on with that. But yeah, so I've programmed the background to tile swap and come up with different random varieties of these 4 different fish. And I figured out a way that I can scale this actually really easily to add a bunch of different fish if I keep them the exact same size, which might actually be the best way to do it. because it's for a game jam. So first up is Spike, second up is Ely. What'll it be? This time we're gonna cast it, which we're gonna cast at second, and nothing happens because it hasn't been programmed yet. So that's another bug. Sometimes it just pops right back in because the variable hasn't changed. Demonfish dead ahead. First up is Spike. Yeah, so none of the variables changed here, it seems like. Didn't have a chance to. Tackle does nothing. Alright, so that's what I've got so far. But like I said, for one day of art and one day of programming, that's actually not too bad. That's for me, that's actually pretty quick. And Game Boy Studio is a lot of fun, but it's not the quickest engine to work in. It just isn't. Like, if I wanted to do something really fast, I would do it in Unity, because that's what I know, and it works really quick. It takes a long time to load and takes a long time to build, but if it's a 2D game, then it doesn't take a long time to build, and it takes less time to load. But I do have some art concepts that I kind of want to get out of my system before I get really back into programming, because like right now my head's still kind of spinning from last night's programming. But there was this really cool art concept I had. So I'm going to jump into Aseprite and just really quickly belt out some art. I don't know how big I want it to be yet, so I'm going to make the canvas size the width and height of the Game Boy screen. That's just kind of a habit that I've formed that seems to be helpful to me. So that way I can kind of build things that look like how they would look on a Game Boy screen. So what I had before was PH placeholder world map. I'm looking for my tiles, but I don't remember where they are, so... Anyways, this has it. It's just real big. So I'm just gonna take some of this and yeah, we'll just take that and we'll use this as a reference. So that way we know how it's gonna look in the level. So here I'm just gonna line this up and we've got the grid, control something, apostrophe, control apostrophe for grid. And then control B to make a brush out of it, and then G to use the fill tool. So now I've got a whole lot of water, and it's not animated yet, but that's easy to do, so I'm not going to worry about that. And then we're going to go to this layer, and I just cleared it out because I don't know what was on it. But I want to draw bones. I want to draw a big rib cage bone sticking out of the water. For some reason, I had that idea while I was drawing and it looked cool in my head, and then it looked cool on paper. And now, hopefully, I can get it to look cool in pixels. It's always a challenge to make stuff for the Game Boy. Like, I love it though. I love the challenge of it because it's like, you know, how do you arrange the pixels to make it like exactly what you want but still fit the hardware? So I like that, but I kind of want it to be sharper. It's close. I don't like that. I liked it before, but sharper. So what another limitation of oh, you like the V2 model, the PNG model thing? Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, I was inspired by that streamer that I showed you, Peanut, because she's got that going on and it works really well for her. And I was like, I could easily make one out of my Twitter avatar, so I think I'm gonna do that. So I did that, and it's just easier than the camera, having to worry about the camera, and you know, it was turning off on me sometimes during stream and stuff. I had wet hair when I started the stream and no one noticed until now. No one said, why do you have wet hair at 9 o'clock at night? Because I just woke up. But I appreciate the compliment, Kixie. That's very kind of you. Actually, to be honest, I've been thinking more and more about doing a VTube model, like yours. Like, and I don't know, like, my brain is split on whether I want to do it myself or go to a professional. Like, I have the confidence that I could do it. Whether or not it would be as good as a professional, it probably wouldn't be as good as a professional. But that doesn't bother me. As long as it's mine, then I feel good about it. But the next thing is that it takes a long time to learn the stuff, a long time to do the stuff. Obviously, I could do it on stream, which would be fun, but it doesn't actually, like, it's not like lucrative. It doesn't make you money to do that. Like making a game could make you money. Not that this game's gonna make me any money, but it's propelling my career in a way. Where making a VTuber model is like marketing, more or less. All right, so why can't I get contiguous? I forgot to click that. Yes, so I've got one, and this I feel like this is good enough where I could just copy and paste this. I mean, I'm gonna add more detail to it, but I don't think I even need to change the size of it. Just move it over, and that's kind of how the Game Boy likes it. The Game Boy is it's fickle about using tiles. Oh, that looks off. There we go. But if you reuse tiles, then it likes it. Actually, these are a little bit off, aren't they? So the more you reuse tiles, the happier GB Studio is. And you want GB Studio to be happy, otherwise you could run out of data and have a ROM that doesn't work on Game Boy. Or overwrite your variables. There you go. Start writing over your own variables and you get what they call a kernel error. Those are fun. I've had a few of those, but not from writing over my own. I got it from not knowing how to program. No, I just programmed it poorly and made a mistake. I was like, oh, so that's what happens when you ask for data that's not loaded, essentially, or something, or whatever it was. So yeah, I want these to look like bones, so they're gonna be white. But I also want them to be kind of scary, so I don't know. Maybe they need this outline to help them look scary. What was it? Super Mario World 2? Super Mario Land 2, where they had, you were inside of a whale and the level was all like stuff like this. And there was like, what do they call those? The hangy bit in the back of your throat. The oh, I used to know this. What is that called? I don't remember. But there's a whole bunch of those. Uvula. It's like uvulas. There's a whole bunch of uvulas all over the ceiling and stuff. You know, uvula. What I should be doing, what I am doing. Is that sleeping? But what you're doing is laughing, eating chips, and doing the indie shake, the indie hype shake. I'm still learning how to speak and emote. Oh, what am I doing? I could just copy this whole thing. I'm like redrawing something. I'll just draw it the exact same way. Alright, so yeah. I am actually going to copy this and paste it in here now, because this is the map. So there's like a maze over here. I don't know how annoying that's gonna be. Probably pretty annoying. And then this is like there's like one way in, so I'll probably make it like really difficult enemies here or something like that, and then bosses in the eyes or something like that. I'm gonna add this over here somewhere. As long as I keep it in the same spot, it should be good. All right, I lost a pixel. So I gotta redraw that. 3 pixels. I lost 3 pixels. Should sleep, but you're too hyper. Yeah, sleep is good to have. It really is. You know, if you got something to wake up for, it definitely helps to be rested. Any situation is better when you're well rested. In fact, today when I was at the dentist office, I felt like complete crap just because like I didn't have enough sleep. You know, it's like this weird, it's almost like you feel sick, right? But it's not. It's like, it's almost like a headache, but it's not. It's like this weird, like I just want to go to bed feeling. And it's just, life is better without that feeling, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I'm a very oh, what did I do? Did I copy the whole layer? Oh, I guess I did. Whatever. Actually, what I need to do is make this black. Otherwise, because the waves are going to be moving, and the waves around this one won't be, so that's going to look bad. So I'd rather it just be black. Maybe do some ripples down here. And then we could actually make this a little bit shorter to finish that ripple. Whoop, whoop. And then just bring everything up. Alright, there's my whale tooth slash rib cage bone. Also, DMed some more art stuff or something. I don't know. DM'd. Oh, DMed. I'm like, DMed. DM'd. Okay. Word. Yeah, give me 1 second here and we'll get back to your art. I appreciate you sharing it. Yeah, I like that. I'm gonna have to make adjustments to the coastline. That's why there's no collisions on it yet. I'm so bad about getting DMs during stream. Alright. Again with the expressions, you do a really great job with the expressions. There's a lot of energy. Just in the eyes, there's a ton of energies. You got it's 2 highlights. It's like the eyes are welling up with tears of excitement. And then you've got this S curve, which just slightly represents the curvature of the lips, but also a smile at the same time, and the open mouth speaking. This is a little bit more ambiguous, where it almost looks like a cell phone is getting shoved inside the person's mouth. But I know that it's a tongue, so maybe unless there's some type of cultural reference that I'm missing, maybe arc the tongue a little bit and give it a line, or arc this part a bit and give it a line, unless it is eating a cell phone. But yeah, These are good. I like your practice on the eyes. And this, is this the troll face or I don't know. Like I said, cultural references aren't my strong point. I'm more into like ancient civilizations and stuff than my own. The smug look, okay. The smug look. And then this one's clearly extreme happiness. I'm not sure what this is. Is this Japanese? Or is this a language that you've created? Oh, a signature. So is this your name then? Or his name? Their name? You didn't make it, but it is a language. Well, it's hard to make a language, so I totally understand why you wouldn't just make your own. Let's see here. We've got, thank you for taking pictures of the stuff, by the way, just to show off. We've got Juko, the shapeshifter. I'm interested to see what he looks like when he shifts shapes. That was hard to say. So he becomes a sketch form. Is that what happens? It allows him to shapeshift. Ship shapes. Yes, exactly. Ship shapes. That's cool. You know, when I was young, I had a similar idea where like there was this like black ink that would spread and like form creatures and landscapes and I would like draw it as an animation in my mind. Like the drawing was obviously one drawing, one frame, but in my mind it was like an animation because I'd be starting as like this black creeping of it wasn't so much sketchy, it was more liquid, like black liquid goo that was like had like reflective spots on it, and I would just like slowly form creatures, and like in my head it was like a little animation. So I kind of get that vibe. The darkness form, the sketch form. Or it could be sketchy because he's offering you drugs or something, right? That's pretty sketchy. Alright, moving on. We've got the bear man. Kind of bear-like, but it's almost like a bear mascot costume. But clearly, something is happening. Something scary. It's scary. I don't know what it is, but you can picture it just out of reach over here somewhere. Oh my god, it's a UFO! I was going for the mascot looking character. Hey, you knocked it out of the park here. Yep, lots of emotion and movement and like, you know, form in the gesture. Definitely gets excitement across very quickly. Nice work. Alternate form of that colorized one from before. Okay. I see. Where is it? There we go. Who's next? Interesting eyes. I mean, I get it that he's looking over there, but it's almost like there's a flashlight pointing at the site. It looks good though. I like the striped shirt. It looks like he's got a belt, maybe belt buckle. The boots are nice. Knee pads. Wirehead, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. More Nico. Yeah, it's just more detailed Nico. Sup, dude? Wirehead, great to see you here. Yeah, we're just doing a little art chat, taking a break from the Game Boy Studio stuff. Goose is showing us his graphite work. Oh, we already looked at this one. What am I doing? I'm going backwards. Here we go. Looks like we got some digital art going here. I like the use of the radioactive green and the yellow with the lightning bolt. I like how much color is going on here. And then this guy, he actually looks like something that you would see in person. Like, could be wearing a Bulls hat or a Blackhawks hat. You see a lot of black and red in Chicago. Yeah, again, the expressions, there's always so much going on. Like even this one, it's just super simple, but you can tell the feeling. Like, we've all felt that before. Like, yep, I'm hanging out with my friend, that's my friend. And the friend is like exaggerating over something, but you know, that's their personality. And yep, that's my friend. Red headband, okay, red headband. To me, it almost looked like a bill of a hat, but I see it as a headband now with the bandana. Very interesting work. Oh, you said you don't need to show these, but feel free. I'm glad you said, but feel free. I was worried for a second that I was right. Don't show these. Like, oh shit, I shouldn't have shown these. But no, you're okay that I show these. All right, good. Yeah, no, thanks for sharing, man. Really appreciate that. It's always nice to chat, and then it's always nice to see people's art and what they're doing. Everyone makes such wide variety of art, especially these days. You see so much variety. You know, back when I was young, it was all very samey, and there wasn't a whole lot to like. First of all, there wasn't a whole lot of ways to find like what you would consider social art, right? And then second, the art that you did see, it was all kind of regurgitative stuff, you know, because that's what made money. That was the only way it worked. It wasn't until the internet became popular that you started seeing more and more graphic art circulating that way. But even then, a lot of it was photographs of actual traditional art. I remember there was this site I used to use called paintingsilove.net, and it's not there anymore. Maybe it's on the Wayback Machine or something. But yeah, I used to upload pictures of my paintings on there, or drawings. You could do drawings too, and it was great because you had all of these artists on there that would just give you feedback or compliments, and then it just slowly vanished. I don't know what happened to it. I stopped using it and then it vanished. So I'm just gonna save this and leave that there. Oh, this is a PNG. Well, it's there. Alright, so let's go back to GB Studio here. We've got our map that hasn't updated, but I don't really care. We know it's there on the PNG that I just saved. This is where all the logic is pretty much happening right now. Hey, Peanuts here! Yo, how the progress today? Kind of just starting, really. Just jumping into it. We had a little art share. I was sharing some of Goose's art earlier. Yeah. Oh, you and your best friend. That's what that was a picture of. Yep. And I have a friend who's an artist, so I learned a few things from stuff he did, but mostly just experimentation. That's what art is. Art is just practice and experimentation. So just keep doing that, you know? It's really easy to get caught up and think like, oh, I need to study at school or pay a lot of money or take classes, but you don't really need any of that stuff as long as you know how to find information. As long as you know how to learn. And learning how to learn is a skill, don't get me wrong. But as long as you got that skill, you don't need any other school. And that's... It's hard to convince people of that sometimes, but that's the reality of it. As long as you have the drive and the ability to teach yourself to learn, then you can go out and just start making art. You don't need to go to art school like I did. It was a lot of money, and I don't recommend doing it. In fact, the art school that I went to is now closed, so you can't even go there. Wait, the enemies look nice. Yeah, let me throw on the game here. Let me hit the button. We'll make a quick build. And yeah, so this is GB Studio, Peanut. I don't know if you've seen this before, but it's a code-free way of making Game Boy games that run on actual Game Boy hardware. All right, let me pull up the window here. I'll make it big, and we'll give it a nice color. Where's the one that I was using? This one. This is kind of the one that fits the theme of the game, because it's a spooky fishing game, right? So right now it just asks you if we want to fish for coding purposes, like for testing. So if I wanted to, I could say no, but I'm gonna say yes, because this is where the fun happens. We've got one demon fish dead ahead, and I'm thinking that's gonna be the name of the game, Demon Fish Dead Ahead. We've got, first up is Ely. So you're up. What'll it be? I think I need to change the words there a little bit, but we'll get to that later. And then I get a few options: cast, brace, tackle, and belay. And things aren't really working yet, unfortunately. Cast, I think I got the furthest in, but see, it just broke there, so it's not even done. But what's cool about it is that that background scene actually has the ability to place all 4 of those enemies randomly. So you could get 4 of the same thing, or 4 of 4 different things. And right now it's generating a random number and waiting until it hits 0. So yeah, now I've got 2. I've got a Spike and an Ely. We'll cast again. Cast at Witch. This time it didn't break, so that's nice. We'll cast at the first one. Demon fish are attacking, so apparently I missed. It didn't tell me that, and they attacked me apparently for 47. My health is 47 now, so yeah. So there's a little bit of things working and a lot of things not working yet, but yeah, the enemies were the fun part, and I figured out that from what I've coded now, I can actually copy this and make a whole new like image, because this is a PNG, so I can just swap out 4 different fish and use the same code, and I won't have to code anything to get 4 different fish, and I can do that over and over again until I run out of memory. So I can get a whole bunch of fish at the same size using the same code that I made already. So that's kind of cool for a game jam. So I think I might go that route, but I also wanted to make a big fish. Yeah, this is for a game jam. It's the GB Jam on itch.io. Let me pull that up, because honestly I haven't read the rules. Looks like GBJAM 12. So yeah. Here, I'll throw the link in chat if you wanted to check it all out yourself, or look in greater detail, but I'm also going to look at it right now myself here. So the secondary theme is spooky. The primary theme is always Game Boy for the GB Jam. This is GB Jam 12. So yeah, I know the name Polydux, but I'd have to look at these people to see what they've actually done. And it's always interesting, because the people who are involved in the biggest game jams are usually pretty big people. So yeah, theme is Game Boy. Resolution has to be the resolution of the Game Boy. The palette can only be 4 colors. The controls have to be that of the Game Boy. All the assets except for font must be created during the jam. No AI art or AI tools. Ratings, frequently asked questions. Feel free to use these images on your game. So yeah, if I wanted to, I could add this to the beginning. I don't think I'm going to, though. Obviously no AI. All the assets are being made now. So I could be making this in Unity if I wanted to. There's no rule that it has to be done on the Game Boy. So that's what's really cool about this jam, is that there's a whole bunch of games coming out that look like they're for the Game Boy that may or may not be for the Game Boy. but I've got 6 days, 7 hours, 5 minutes, and 55 seconds to finish. And if I don't finish, it's not the end of the world. I'm not like, you know, crazy about that. It's a game jam. You got like, it's fun to have the competitive spirit, but you can't go overboard with a game jam because you're just probably not going to win. You're probably there's a chance that no one's going to play your game. There literally is that chance. So you just gotta go in it for fun. Oh, this is a duplicate song. Let me delete this one. Oh, I want to delete the other one though. Wait, there's 2 duplicates of this song? I made a new song. Which one do I want? I think I want... Well, I want this one. Alright, done with the music. Anyway, so that's Game Boy Jam, or GB Jam. I'm super excited for it. I kind of forgot about it, so I'm like, I started 3 days late. But like I said, I'm not super competitive, so I'm just going at my own speed. I'll figure something out to you know, end it if I need to or whatever. And I may or may not flesh it out more afterwards. Might give it a actual title screen or actual studio logo. But for now this is great. So yeah, I finished my little art thing, my little rib cage, because it's a spooky fishing game, so there's got to be like bones and stuff, right? Oh, I wanted to make a skeleton or a skull head, a skull. Kind of want to do that on the island, like on the land. Yeah, I'll just draw it here. Just for fun. But I mean, the programming stuff is fun too, but it does take a second to wrap your head around. I should totally be using symmetry here. Where'd it go? There we go. Like, what is that in Zelda, right? It's Breath of the Wild, where there's like those skull caves everywhere. That's kind of the vibe that I want to go for. It actually looks kind of good with the tiling texture behind it, because it's got that like pattern that fits the face. But I don't know, it also looks weird. What if I use that though? Oh, we need, wait. This thing. Oh, that's not what I want. No, you know what? I'm not gonna deal with it. That's just too much to deal with. I'm just gonna paint that in. Whoop, whoop. There we go. And then I'll give it some shading. Quite the spooky. Yeah, it's it's spooky with the it's slightly spooky. Let's call it slightly spooky. Oh, I do actually want that. What am I doing? So not entirely spooky, but mostly spooky. Kind of spooky. The plan is to get more spooky as we go on. Yeah, I hope I don't give you nightmares with my scary skeleton here. But it is just in the background of the overworld, so it doesn't need to cause any heart attacks or anything. So between that and this, I'm pretty happy with the art. So I'm going to get back into the coding. All right. Here's the fight scene. We got these these demonstrate these demon fish are getting out of hand. Oh great, that's a pretty good autocorrector. I like the fish emoji with the like ah. That's a good one. Oh man, demonstrating fish though. Sometimes autocorrection errors can come up with some good ideas. You can't judge a fish by how well it demonstrates. Alright, so yeah, back in the code here we got a script for battle player's turn. When it's 2, we got the defense. When it's 3, we got tackle. So we're gonna open a new scene. We don't have that scene yet though, so we need to make it. So real quick, we'll throw something together in Aseprite at 160 by 144, which is the Game Boy's size, the resolution. We'll throw up the grid. And then the UI is what? 1, 2, 3, 4. So the UI ends here at that line. And then the other one is like over here somewhere, I think. Maybe there. Somewhere like that. So these areas are kind of taken. So everything in the middle here can be the inventory. So I'm just going to draw some lines to help me organize. So what did we say? 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, and then somewhere like over there, I want to say. So everything in here can be inventory that won't be blocked by dialogues. And then I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to count how many tiles it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's go back to the engine and see how many tiles it actually is. So it's half the screen. So it's more than 7. It's 8, I think. So let's take another look at Aseprite. Oh, this is. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, it's more than 8. It's 8 times 2. No, it's 10. Wait. So there's 20 across. So it's got to be 10. Yeah. And this is 7, so it's 3 more. So what I'm gonna do is just erase all of this. So I just made a color that was clear on the alpha channel and just used the paint bucket tool to erase a large area. That's a pretty cool tip for this. But yeah. So apparently it's this big? No, that's not right. That's too big. Oh, I did one too many. I see. So I'm gonna do that again. I'm gonna make the color alpha. Now you can actually see it there. And then, oh, I missed. I don't know why that happened. But there, now it's fixed. Okay, so this is safe area, and this is potentially covered by a menu. So I'm just kind of thinking about the best way to do this. Oh, I just noticed, Peanut, did you find the Earthbound character? Are you a Earthbound character in Avatars? That's awesome. Oh, oh. Yeah. There it is, Mother 3. I keep calling it Earthbound. That's just how my brain does it. Peanut's a huge Mother 3 fan, which is cool. Should probably get some sleep. Yeah, if you got stuff to do, you don't want to stay up too late. You'll just be tired. Nothing good comes from being tired. Get some sleep. Thanks for joining the stream. I really appreciate it, Goose. But yeah, I got my sleep from what, like 1:30 to 6 I slept, and then I also slept from like what, 6 a.m. or 6 a.m. yesterday morning. Oh, we're still in today. So I'm well rested. I'm gonna stay up all night, but anytime you guys get tired, just go to sleep, drop off like flies, and that'll be fine for me. But I appreciate you guys hanging out. This has been a lot of fun so far. Yeah, Goose, thanks so much for sharing your art. That's been a lot of fun. Sleep well. So I kind of want to make like a shopkeeper, right? But this is like something else. The inventory should be different. Well, I'm just gonna keep organizing some stuff for the potential inventory here. So we're gonna be working with 16 by 16 squares. If we need a number underneath, then we're gonna need a number underneath. So that would have to be an individualized tile, a unique tile. So I'll put a white X. Wait, why aren't you? Oh, I'm in square mode. You know, just give me a brush. Just give me a paintbrush. We're gonna put a white X on the tiles that could potentially be swap tiles, and then later I'll give them a unique tile. So yeah, if I go like this and just copy this to come up with like a template, then I could probably don't want to put them right next to each other, but they can be next to this. That's fine. Oh, that's too close though. All right, so that looks better anyways. Oh, there we go. Yeah. So the confusing part about a sleep schedule like mine today is that I don't know what's going on with food. Like, first of all, I don't know. I've got some oatmeal, so I'll probably eat that for whatever meal. I guess technically this would be like breakfast, right? So eventually I'm gonna eat. So if I'm using all of the menu space I can, then I could have room for 9 icons. So these could be the key items, and then I could use this horizontal space to explain to the player what they need to do here, and then this vertical space would be for consumables, maybe. Again, it would be rough because I'd have to change all of the I'd swap all the background tiles to be what am I trying to swap the background tiles to be font, or the fonts, the text, right? You go on that Game Jam grind set. Let's go. Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And Yep, we'll see you around if you're leaving, if you're hanging out. Thank you so much. But yeah, this game jam stuff, you know, just gotta keep going. Like I said, I'm not taking it too seriously, so I'm definitely down to chat. Definitely down to talk about some stuff or whatever. But I'm chipping away at this. I'm definitely chipping away. Oh, and by the way, people who are new to the stream, this is all music that I made, so enjoy. Hopefully, if it makes your ears bleed, I'm sorry. That's my fault. All right, so we'll just use this for now. This will be my inventory. You know, I'm gonna write inventory to make it official. I'm gonna make it official. And we'll go with the ZX Spectrum font. I'm pretty sure that it's free. Anyways, I'm gonna make some adjustments to it because it doesn't look right anyways. Like, what were you thinking making this tea like that? Well, that's, yeah. Well, every other letter's doing it. There we go. Inventory. We'll put it 1 over. And then we'll give it an icon. Maybe an anchor. See if I can draw an anchor. Oh yeah, that's hard to draw. That looks like an anchor almost. That was better. Dang, okay. Did you do everything in Retro Spaceball as well? Yep. Every gosh darn thing in Retro Spaceball. All the music, all the art, all the programming, the concept. Yeah, I'm coming up on year 7 with that, but it's been on and off. It hasn't been very much time full time. I think there was like 9 months where I was working full time on it. Dude, I was checking out earlier. It looks insane. Thanks so much for checking out. I really appreciate that. Like, it's been a struggle, like, because I don't know, it's like an in-between where it's like it's a good enough game to keep on working on and to keep adding to it and keep building and make it as good as it can be, but it's also like not quite good enough to be like viral or like sensational. It's not grabbing a ton of attention, you know, like no media outlets are caring about it, right? Well, I haven't actually reached out to, technically I haven't announced the game yet, if we're gonna get technical, because announcement is all in how you make it. You know, it's what you, it's vernacular, right? It's just whatever you want to call it, right? You could re-announce your game. There's no problem with that. If the first announcement didn't go well, you could always re-announce your game. Well, tweeting about your game isn't announcing your game the way I look at it, right? So when I first said like, hey, I'm making Retro Spaceball, I don't know what the hell I'm doing, like that wasn't my announcement. RSB is so fun. Thank you, Kixie. Thank you. Kixie was phenomenal help in making Retro Spaceball. I say that I did it all myself, but people like Kixie did the testing, and that is what made the game. Because without testers like Kixie, I wouldn't have known how to make it good. I wouldn't have known that it needs to be this or that, or that the bullets need to go faster, or the ship needs to go faster, that the enemy bullets need to go slower, or anything like that. All of that stuff was just a guess until I started bringing people into the itch page and had them test the game and get their feedback. People streamed it, you know, people made videos. There's a whole trail of videos of different builds on YouTube from people trying it at different states. It's been awesome, and meeting people like Kixie and a whole bunch of other people have been super supportive. It's been worthwhile. Like, I know that some people are like into indie game dev for money and like, I'm gonna make a game, make lots of money, I'm gonna be rich this way, I'm gonna have a hit. You know, people get really excited about that stuff, and you know, sure, that would be fun. Make some money, make a hit game, that would be fun. But the reality is that it's way more rewarding to just, you know, meet the people, know the people that you're talking to, and communicate with them, and just really enjoy every second, every minute of being a game dev. You know, if you place all of this, like, I don't know, like expectation on finishing your games and getting your studio off the ground and making millions of dollars and you know, getting published by Devolver or something like that. If you've got these huge pie in the sky dreams, there's a chance that shit's not gonna happen, and then you gotta figure out how you're gonna keep making games. If that's what you're passionate about, then that can kill your passion, and that's scary. Hey, Indie Maniac's here. How you doing? We were just talking about you, Indie Maniac. In fact, this whole stream has been gossip about Indie Maniac. No, I'm just kidding. I don't want to put you on the spot, but we did have a picture of you. Let's see if we can bring that back up. Bullets. Sweat bullets. I can feel them. No, I'm just kidding. It's benign. It's all benign. This is what we were talking about. I think it's a great likeness. I noticed it right away. I said, that's Indy. I said, holy cow, that's Indy. You're a celebrity here, Indy. Yep. But yeah, no, I've just been throwing some things together. I made this little inventory screen. I'm just cleaning up the font here because it looked kind of dumb. This looks a little bit better. So now I've got my nautical inventory, which is just a placeholder, but for now it'll work. Oh, I don't need a sprite sheet. What am I doing here? Export as. We got sprite. We'll call it inventory. Where's it going? Fishing game. Alright, so now we've got that. I mean, it looks like hell, but it's something. It's definitely something here. And besides, the game takes place in hell, so if it looks like hell, that's on brand. Alright, so we've got a new scene here. We want a different background. So I'm gonna pull up my source files. Got my assets folder, backgrounds folder. So this is the stuff that the game is using. I gotta keep that on one side, and I'm gonna pull up another folder and find the art that I just made. Somewhere in here. So I've got a lot of art here. I've got some weird self-portraits. There's a run cycle that I must have exported as a PNG. Oh, look at this thing. I never finished this. these blobs were gonna be people. Never finished that. Oh, we got the Kixie art that I made. Where'd that go? Did that not load? This is number 5. Let's get rid of the grid. I think it's number 5. Did I have the number right? Number 5? Yeah, number 5. Like Johnny number 5. That's how I remember. So this is for the GB Game Jam. Yep, it's for a game jam called GB Game Jam. I've got 6 days and 6 hours left or something like that. 6 days, 7 hours or something. And I'm not super competitive, so your small sprites are too good. Thank you. Actually, I don't have that much experience. Just about a year or so making Game Boy sprites. So I've been doing pixel art for a while now because of Retro Spaceball. But before that, I really was more of a high-res artist and 3D artist. But if we're looking at art, oh, let's see what else we got here. We got the bonsai tree. This was actually a mock-up for a game idea that I didn't make. I think there is a bonsai game somewhere. Is there a prize? I don't think so. I didn't check. I didn't check if there's a prize. I love it so much. Which do you love, Kixie? I wasn't looking. I know 2 of my friends were in the Pirate Game Jam, and there was a prize for that one. Oh yeah, the Pirate Game Jam is a big game jam now. That's probably as big as Ludum Dare, which used to be the biggest. I don't know if it is anymore. But yeah, Pirate Game Jam is awesome because they donate. Actually, I rated Pirate Software last night with 2 viewers, but it was like 6 in the morning. So what are you gonna expect? But yeah, they give a bunch of money so that way the winners can start a studio. That's the prize. They get enough money to start a studio. Imagine that. The number 5. Ah, yeah. I'm glad you love the number 5 because I made it just for you. But the bonsai is cool too. I'm glad you like the bonsai too. Yeah, you know, I had a friend who was really into bonsai and or bonsai. He'd say you can't call it bonsai. Bonsai is when you're jumping out of an airplane. Bonsai is when you're cutting trees to be small. but bonsai is actually something that I would like to get into. I need to come up with my own space first. Right now I'm kind of in between spaces, so all of my gardening is on hold. But I really want to do like I don't know if you can tell, but I was trying to do like a rock where it's like floating on the rock. I want to do that. I want to grow a tree big enough to where I can fit a rock into its roots and then force it to grow around. It sounds so mean, but that's really what you're doing. You're training the tree to stay small, even though it's supposed to be big. And it's cool because you can make them produce fruit and the whole bit. You can do it with any tree too, as far as I know. Some trees are more adaptable and some of them don't like it and others need more water, you know, but yeah, so if we're doing art share, let's throw up some more art. Oh, here's the one. So it was actually for a Game Boy pixel art jam, and there's another one coming up. Are you guys, Peanut, if you're still here, are you aware of the pixel art Game Boy jam? The Game Boy pixel art jam? You should totally give it a shot. There are a few rules to make it work on the Game Boy, but other than that, you end up just giving in a PNG. Oh, Peanut, you need to be part of this, because if you submit your art, you automatically get to be put into the cartridge that they make. They make a Game Boy cartridge of everyone's art. So I made both of these because I didn't know that you could only make one piece, and I had to decide which one. So I ended up putting this one in the cartridge. So this one's actually in the cartridge, and this one I made. But yeah, no, the Game Boy community is like super nice to each other. So like you don't even have to make it good. It just has to be made. There's no rule saying, well, we're gonna pick the top 10 or top 100. It's just anyone who makes one at this point automatically gets in the game, because they don't have enough entries to overfill the cartridge yet. I'm sure when they get to that point, they'll probably have to make a decision. But you can fit a lot of images on a Game Boy cart. Let's find it. I'm gonna find it for you. I think it's called Pixel Art Jam. Alright, so we've got itch.io/jam/GB Pixel Art Jam 24. So, and it's the color palette edition, so I'm gonna have to do some learning stuff too, because I haven't really delved into the color stuff of Game Boy. Alright, so let's take a deeper look at this. It starts in 17 days, 18 hours, 33 minutes, blah blah blah. So calling all pixel artists. What? Pixel art for the Game Boy. One image, 160 by 144 pixels, because that's the resolution of the Game Boy. The theme is going to be color. So that's cool, I didn't realize that. Choose from 4 different color palettes. They will be offered at the jam start. Choose one as your theme. So you get to choose one 4-color palette. But they're not available yet. They'll be available when the jam starts. So you can't start until it's... What an abstract theme. Yes, that is an abstract. The last one was... it was like Discovery or something, I think was the last one. So, I mean, it could be anything. A bonsai could be a discovery, or the sun could be a discovery. Like, whatever. Just make it cool, make it unique, make it you know. And then you don't need to put your name on it, because you can. There's like a dialogue window that pops up and tells you who made each art piece in the cartridge, so that's really cool. I think some people did put their logo on it or whatever, but I don't think there's any rule against that. Let's see here. Original pieces of work. Oh wait, I missed a spot. Okay, so you got to make it the size of the Game Boy. It must be made using one of the color palettes offered as the theme. There must not be more than 192 unique 8x8 pixel tiles in the image. So that requires a little bit of explanation. So this is perfect because this is last year's submission. So alright, so that's not right. The grid is off. Let's go to this one. Alright, so on this one the grid is on. So these are 8x8 tiles. And see these white ones? They only count as one because there's only one unique white tile, but this one is unique and this one is unique. So what's really cool about this, let's find my art here. We'll go, where are we going? Yeah, non-RSB, GB Studio, backgrounds. And if we bring that up, or any background for that matter, this background works. And then there's this awesome website that's actually linked on the Game Jam page. So let's go to the bottom here where it's got tools. This Pawtoma's tile counter, I use this all the time. I have it bookmarked. You have to refresh it if you're going to, like, if you've already put an image in there, but you can just drag an image and it tells you what do they call it? The heat map of what is unique, what's the most unique, right? So tiles that are only being used once are highlighted in red, and then tiles that are being used more than once but maybe only a couple times are highlighted in pink, and then tiles that are being used all over the place have no highlighting, right? So you can see how to optimize the tiles, and it actually makes a tile set for you here that you can download and use in Tiled if you want. So this site is super useful. This is so fun sounding. I hope that you get involved. I mean, I know that you're probably busy with a whole bunch of different stuff, but it's and there is a little bit of a learning curve, but it gets pretty quick. You know, what I did here is a good example of one way to do it. You can spend a whole bunch of detail on these tiles in the middle, and then what I did was I made a frame around it, which is just a bunch of repeating tiles. So I'm not actually using that many tiles. Like, let's see if I can find it. It's in here somewhere. I think it's called Bonsai. This is all the source hack backgrounds, so it's kind of not that organized, apparently. I was trying to make the Royal Game of but I didn't get very far. Oh, here it is. So, this is the export, so that's a little bit bigger. We'll go with... I think this is the one I want. Yeah, because it's only 4 kilobytes. So if I go to this... Oh, I need to refresh the page anyways. Bring that back here. So refresh the page. Where did that go? Come on. Why is this in front? Here we go. Yeah, you can see here the details are in the corners and on the tree, but all of these stuff are reused tiles. So I'm actually only using 142 unique tiles, where if I were to refresh and draw, and this is just like me screwing around. This one has 356 unique tiles, so can't use that for the art jam. Anyways, this is super useful for that, and then pretty much everything else is easy enough to figure out. Where did the Game Jam site go? Did I lose it? Let's close these. Make it big. Go big. What is this? Why are you being weird? Man, that's being weird. There it is. The top was hidden somehow. Alright. So it's got the GB Studio documentation, but you don't really need that. The basics, backgrounds on GB Studio Central. This is actually pretty helpful. This is a tutorial. GB Studio Central is great for things like this. It just explains basically what I just explained to you. There's a different tile counter app. Look for familiar or similar tiles. Remove tiles with few pixels. Simplify your scene. So this is just the basics of optimizing your art for Game Boy. It's pretty useful. Yeah. No not safe for work material. It runs from October 4th to October 6th. So it's like a weekend. All submissions must be original pieces of pixel art created by hand. Pieces should be one of the provided palettes, provided October 4th at 7 p.m. EST. One submission per person. As pieces are to be created by hand, images created with camera based on image tools, including the Game Boy camera, AI generated art, or images built in other software, then downsampled to GB specifications are not permitted. Using other images as a reference is allowed. The host of the jam reserves the right to disqualify submissions if the use of these tools is suspected, or if images are suspected or images submitted are low effort or overtly used as self-promotion and not in the spirit of the jam. Any style of pixel art is welcome. You are encouraged to showcase your unique take on the medium. I already said the no, not safe for work. Must be family friendly. No depictions of violence, gore, nudity, or sexual activity. By submitting this jam, you're agreeing, blah, 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 blah. Oh, you're submitting that the work be used in the gallery ROM. So that's what I mentioned earlier. They make a ROM that everyone can download, but they also put it into a cartridge that they sell. And some people buy it. Usually it's people who have put their art in there. I didn't buy it. I kind of wish that I did, but I don't have a Game Boy to play it on, unfortunately. Yeah, yee. I'm sure I could find some time to enter. Thanks for letting me know. I'd be down to learn this kind of stuff. Yeah, like it'll come second nature to you. Like, I don't think you'll have too much problem with it. Oh, so it looks like there is prizes. Let's see. 10 submissions will be randomly selected to win a Game Boy cart of the gallery ROM produced from the images submitted, provided in part by Inside Gadgets. Of the 10 winners, one will be selected to win a special anodized aluminum cart from Boxy Pixel. Many thanks to Inside Gadgets and Boxy Pixel for helping to support with this. So that's really cool. The anodized aluminum cart, we gotta see what this looks like because they did the same thing last year. I'm not sure where to find it, so I'm looking at a few different places here. But here we'll pull up last year's jam, which is very similar to this year's. Of course, you can see the submissions, which is cool. So if you don't feel like downloading the cart and you just want to go straight to the art, you can go check out the submissions here from last year. And all of these fit onto the one Game Boy cart, which is super cool. And I think they had room for more. Yeah, someone went through and put them all into the cartridge using GB Studio as well. Yeah, mine's in here somewhere. Oh, there it is. Rick's GB Pixel Art Game Jam entry. Let's see what the community has to say. Game Boy ROM of everyone's arts. Check this out. So this is the normal cartridge. This isn't the anodized aluminum one. This is the one that anyone who buys it gets. How cool is that? It's all like glitter and stuff. Although they'll probably do it different this year. Yeah. I don't see anything about the anodized one though, so... Oh wait, no, here it is, I found it. I'm like, it's looking right at it. Check out the anodized aluminum one. This was what the winner got last year. Isn't this freaking awesome? It's laser engraved. They'd have to get framed for sure. Oh my gosh, if I won this, that would be so cool. Put that in the vault. I'd be showing it to everyone, are you kidding? Although I don't have people over ever, so I'd have to carry it with me. I'd be like, check out what I won. Yeah. Heck yeah, no. I forgot about how cool that was, because I didn't know about the prizes. I just didn't read that far. I didn't even know that you could only submit one until it was like time to submit, and I was like, oh, you can only submit one. But yeah, I'm excited for that Pixel Jam very much, but I'm also pretty excited for the jam that I'm in, to be honest. It's pretty exciting. Like there was a GBJAM that just ended recently, and I was like excited for that too, not because I make GBA games, but because I wanted to play all the GBA games that were being made. Yeah, because I do kind of want to get into GBA stuff, but I didn't have a GBA growing up. That was a little bit after my time. I was more Game Boy Color, and then I went to N64, PlayStation. My stepbrother had a Dreamcast. Then PS2 we had. And then from there I kind of went broke. So I went to college, became broke. I only found out what game jams were this year. Okay, yeah. I found out in 2016 or 2017. By 2017, I did my first game jam. It was a Ludum Dare game jam. Let's pull that up. Now that we're on the game jam talk, because I like chatting. I mean, as much as I want to get fishing game done, chatting is pretty fun. Light Switch Crusader. Hold on, this has music. Does it have music? Where did it go? Oh, I've muted it. I've played the game so much that I've muted it. Is there no way to make it big? Alt enter. Did that not work? No. Anyways, this is Light Switch Crusader, the first game that I ever finished. We need to turn this up because I did the voicing. This is the first time I did voice acting. Can you guys hear that? Is that loud enough? Was it E?
What kind of animals?
Louder. I'm the cricket also.
What kind of animals?
So we didn't program a random other.
I found a key.
So sometimes he does repeat himself. But yeah, they're all barks. Not like dog barks, but like game dev barks.
This will save on the power bill.
This is great. It actually got 60th place in humor on the game jam. And there was like 15 or 1600 entries. So now that we're inside, I've got like a little noise meter.
Lights on this late at night. Now, who would leave their lights on this late at night? Now, who would leave their lights on this late?
I know the cat's programming here, so I'm a little bit OP.
Who would leave their lights on this late at night?
Also, you can sneak. How do you do? Oh, spacebar. Oh shit, I said I was OP and the cat's coming after me now. So sneaking is actually not as quiet as it should be. Like, we should have made sneaking more quiet. Because you're better off just moving quickly and taking breaks.
What kind of animals?
So these cables here, they were gonna make the player trip. That was like a plan. But then we're like, that doesn't really fit. It's stupid to program, so let's just get rid of that and leave the cables. Open the door. Why isn't? Oh shit! There's a cat on the other side. So the cats are the bad guys. They're on patrol.
Save on the power bill. When will people learn to be more environmentally conscious?
This one breaks his path too. See that? Oh shit.
Now, who would leave their lights on this late at night?
So that was the game jam version. That was the whole game jam game. But I went back like 2 years later and decided that it'd be really easy to make another house across the street and make level 2. These man left the TV on too. Oh my god. Voice acting 10 out of 10. Thank you, Irad.
Who would leave their lights on this late?
I used my phone in an echoey apartment that had like very little furniture, and I tried to remove the echo as best I could.
People learn to be more environmentally conscious.
I specifically remember having to wait until my neighbors were like hopefully awake at like 6 a.m. before starting recording, because it was like the end of the game jam.
You're wasting electricity. It's locked.
So yeah, this
You're wasting electricity.
sometimes people still play this game. I'm not gonna lie. It's been almost what? So 2016. So it's been 8 years, and about once a month, someone still stumbles upon this game, or either that or they're coming back to play it, which is even crazier. I think that's hilarious, but also kind of cool. One of my friends told me that I should just stop what I'm doing with all of my other projects and just spend all of my time remaking this into like a fully fledged game. And I can't tell if he's serious or if he's joking, but I think he's serious.
When will people learn to be more
Left my ass off. They gotta turn those lights off. Yeah. And like, cause I was just kind of fucking around at this point. I made this maze, this hedge maze, and it's like got way too many lights in it. And there's no bad guys. It's just something you have to do before you can break in. But I actually shortened the maze. I went back and shortened the maze.
Now, who would leave their lights on this
It's a little
late at
clunky.
night?
But in my defense, I didn't actually program this game. I programmed the level, like this level, and there's some changes that I had to make to the programming to make it work.
I found a key.
But there was a programmer on the team, and I just did all the art. In fact, it was just 2 people. It was a 72-hour jam, and 2 people. Of course, this level wasn't part of the jam, like I said, but or this house. But yeah, that first house, I did all of the art for it. Did the characters, did the animations, did the sounds, except for the music. This audio track in the background, we actually had a 3rd person on the team that was just doing audio. And that's all he did was just this one song, the whole 72 hours. Which is, you know, whatever. We actually started the team with 5 people. And we ended it with 3, including that one guy who just did the song. This is like instant gratification for completionists. A little bit. Of course, there's 24 objectives still on this level. And there's no way to tell if I've turned all of the lights off in the maze, so that's kind of poor design. But I do have the key.
This will save on the power bill.
Also, poor design is that if you were to die or get caught, you gotta restart the whole damn game. Not just the house, but the whole game.
What kind of animals?
Yeah. So that's probably why people come back. They're still trying to beat it. Oh gosh, don't come in here. I'm using the bathroom, kitty. Don't come in here. Oh gosh. I shouldn't yell like that. My parents are probably asleep.
When will people learn to be more environmentally conscious?
You couldn't beat it. Thanks for trying though, Kixie.
Now, who would leave their
I'm a
lights on
pro,
this
by the
late
way.
at night?
Like, I know all the secrets. Did you know about... Did I fix this secret? Oh, I might have fixed it. There was a way that you can travel through the wall here. Can't do it anymore. I think I fixed it. You used to be able to go through some walls. But only if you knew which walls they were. Oh shit, I accidentally opened the cat. The cat door is open. I let the cat out. Cat's out of the bag.
You're wasting electricity. This will save on the power bill.
The cat is like. So what's funny? Oh shit! So I'm also the cat, I'm also the woman, I'm also the man, and I'm also the child.
This'll save on the power bill.
So I didn't beat it either, Kixie. Even a pro like myself can't beat this game.
It's locked.
What do you mean it's locked?
Now, who would leave their lights on this late at night?
So when I first made this game, the key changed position. But people were like, there's a bug, the key can only be picked up once. I was like, no, it moved to the side of the house. So we made it stop doing that, so no players were confused. Key is always by the doghouse. But yeah, if we go into the kids' room and get caught, you'll notice.
Mommy.
That's my voice. Indy, you walked away. You missed Light Switch Crusader, my first finished game from 2017. We were talking about game jams. So if we read, we've got, in Light Switch Crusader, you play as a distraught man with contempt for people who waste electricity. So what you do in this moody stealth comedy, so what do you do in this moody stealth comedy? You help people out the only way you know how, one light at a time. Enjoy. WASD for movement, hold spacebar to sneak, it's pressing escape anytime, closes the game. Thanks for playing. The original version was made in exactly 72 hours for Ludum Dare 39, program designed by iBinary, who's actually based in Cairo, last I checked. Art design and menu song by Rick Oakland, Wave Games. Game design by Indie Maniac. Isn't that weird? Indie Maniac, isn't that weird? I knew you before you knew yourself. I'm just kidding. There's clearly more than one Indie Maniac, but wait, what? Indie Maniac made the music for my game, not the Indie Maniac, mind you. It wasn't the Indie Maniac. It's just regular Indie Maniac made the music that we were listening to for this game. Not the Indie Maniac in chat. In fact, not the Indie Maniac at all. Just a regular Indie Maniac. Yep. There can be only one. Honestly, I lost touch with the guy. That's all I know him by was Indie Maniac. I don't have his Discord anymore, and I don't think I'm part of that Discord that we met on. Like, I don't know how to find that guy anymore. He's Portuguese. I know that. He's a Portugueseman, and he lives near enough to the beach where he went to the beach during the game jam. I remember that much. He was a cool guy. He was real fun. But I question his mania as I question yours. I'm just kidding. I don't question your mania. Anyone who says, but it's not an indie game, is a maniac. And I fall into that same category. If it's not an indie game, gotta tell people, you know that's not an indie game, right? Alright, so enough of Light Switch Crusader. Enough of this, enough of that. What is this? Get out of there. We got this game thing going here. Game world fight scene. Where'd the music go? Let's get some music going. Yeah. Party time. Alright. You know, there was Indie Gamiacs also. I don't know if you're familiar with that. In fact, someone had Indie Maniac on YouTube already. Maybe he stole it from me. Oh, that's so loud. I am so sorry. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I forgot that I turned it up for the voice acting, and I was like, where's the music? I'm sorry. I feel so bad now. We had to scare away all the ASMR people. Sorry, Kixie. No, I'm just kidding. Thanks for dancing. The wiggle dance. The wiggles. No problem. Glad you're alright. Glad that no ears are bleeding. How's the volume? Is this okay? Is this tolerable? Is it? Can you hear me over it? Are we good? Such a DJ I am. It's better? Okay. Better is better. It's chilling. Chilling. All right. Ear is not bleeding anymore. Good to know. Good to know. Yeah. So, what was I going to do? I was going to make this do more than just, I don't know what it does now. So right now, like, fish don't hurt you. That's one thing that I want to do. And also right now, you can't kill the fish. So that's another thing that I kind of want to do. Although I started that, right? So what is this? Okay, this is to display the options. Alright, so I made a script damage generator. And so this is going to use these variables here to generate a number. And then that number is going to get saved into the RAM. And then I can pull it out using this actor, this transparent actor, which is actually the battle manager. So the battle manager has all of the enemy health here. What it will need to do is decide who's getting hits and how much damage to give them. But we're deciding who's getting hit somewhere else. So I think I remember making a variable for that, but I don't remember setting it. So let's go back to this script. We'll start from the top here. Alright, so it's displaying a menu, but it's not getting any results from the menu. So it's just closing it afterwards. So what we want to do is save those results. Now, I'm not sure the best place to do it is probably at the bottom. So we'll make another event called variable set to value. Right? And yeah, so we want variable A. No, you know, we want to do something else here. I'm jumping the gun. No. Wait, what am I doing? Did I make that? Okay. I'm thinking, I'm like two thoughts ahead and also 2 thoughts behind where I need to be. So we've got player health, player's turn. Yeah, so I didn't actually make the variable that I want to make. So I'm going to make the variable. Oh, I can't do it in the script. That's right. I got to do it in the scene. Most annoying part about this engine. All right, so I'm just going to copy this, make another, just like I did before. We're going to find a new variable, variable 22. We're going to rename it to player choice. Player choice. Player choice. All right. So we'll remove that so we're not setting it to 0. We'll go back here. And there it is, player choice. That's weird. Oh yeah, because I edited it. That's right. All right, so player choice. We want it to equal variable C. Right? Wait, what is this? So here it says attack choice based on enemy count. And then it says player option. Oh, it is calling the script, isn't it? Huh. So what is variable C again? We got attack position option. And B is enemy count. So if enemy count's 2, it finds that. Oh, okay. So this. Yeah. I see what we need to do. So I'm going to drag this into each of these. And then the player choice will be variable C. And that way we'll know what the player last chose across outside of the script. And we'll know in that actor. It's a little bit confusing, but this actor is holding all of the update function for the loop of the fight. So, and then this script is going to be called and send information. So there's some talking back and forth between the script and this actor. We're just going to do the same thing, copy event, paste it. Oh. Wait a second, look at this, attack choice. Player choice, attack choice. I did already make the variable, I just didn't call it what I thought. Okay. Well, that's not confusing at all. Let's go with attack choice. In fact, I've already set it. I've already set it. Alright, so only attack choice 1 is working right now, so I guess I'll just copy some of this stuff and throw it here. But attack choice will be 2. Three. Oh. 4. Alright, we got the attack choice going. 1, 2. Yeah, so now we need the damage script to be called. Copy events. Paste. Paste. And these are all set up because they're pasted, so that works. Oh, these need to be inside that. Cool. Oh, and this was gonna be tackles, so we're gonna. We made the scene, but we didn't upload. Oh yeah, we never put in the inventory picture. I'm kind of switching gears a little bit here. Because I got caught up showing off my art. What am I looking for? The fishing game? The fishing game. There it is. Alright. Oh, sorry, I missed you, Wirehead. I'm out for office cake. Nice, someone's B-day. Thanks, man. I've been lurking and working. Have fun. No, thank you for hanging out and save me some cake. No, I'm just kidding. You remember Milton from Office Space? The ratio of cake is... I forget what he says. Anyways, enjoy. Thanks for lurking. Lots of fun. Office cake. Office Space. Office cake. Dude, I love Office Space. That movie is so good. I put it on my Miu Mini so I could just watch it whenever I want. And it's awesome. Also, I put a whole bunch of Office Space references in my Source Hack game, the first Game Boy game that I started making. There's just like a bunch of Mike Judge references in there. Like, I haven't gotten to King of the Hill or Beavis and Butthead yet, but I plan to. I've decided that if Mike Judge is going to sue anyone, it's going to be me. No, I'm just kidding. It should be lots of fun. Anyways, so I put that in here, right? So it should be inventory. So now we've got an inventory scene, and here we'll add a button script. So attach script to button. We just make all the buttons send us back. Restore previous scene from stack. So what that does is it takes us back to the last scene that was saved. So we need to save that scene. All right, so we've got, where is it? Is it this one over? Yeah, it's this one over here. So we've got the scene popping up, but we've got the wrong scene. So we're gonna change it to the right scene. but also before we do that, we want to save the scene onto the stack. So we'll just type in stack, and then we've got store current scene on stack. We need that to happen before the change scene happens. Otherwise it won't get saved. So that should allow us to jump back and forth between this scene and that scene. Of course, there's nothing to do in this scene yet, but it's there now. And then this one is actually, there's like a, where am I? This is the close the screen script. So I'm gonna copy the event, delete the event, take it down to the bottom. Actually, I'm gonna take it into the script. I'm gonna go down to the bottom of here and put it here. So now, actually I don't want that. I just want this, and I can get rid of that. So now the only way to end the fight is to run, which works for programming purposes. So we'll just leave that as is. I'll make a little build here. We'll test it and see what's happening. I always forget to load up YouTube and see what's going on with the stream on YouTube. I wonder if anyone chats. I don't think they do though. But it says one person's watching, so I appreciate that. Awesome. Yeah, you know, I noticed like when I closed it yesterday, when I closed the stream yesterday, that there was like 15 people that watched it on YouTube. So I was like, hey, cool. That's interesting. Why is it hidden? Why are you hiding? What are you hiding from? Oh, let's make it big. And let's make it red. Orange. Red. So many colors. I think this is the one. Alright, so if we cast, we can choose fish usually. Why did it break? Well, now it's really broken because I turned off that thing. So let's figure out what happened there. Let's figure this out. So we got battle, cast was selected. Why would it just break? Oh, because there's only one thing. Alright, so what we need to do, copy, paste, change it to 1. And now, instead of having a menu pop up, wait. Huh. It looks like it is doing that, but it didn't seem to do anything. Oh, you know what happened? I probably missed. So I can get rid of what I was doing because that was wrong. I think I might have missed is what happened. So let's go to... Was it damage gen? Yeah. Oh, it says cast was dodged. So if I missed, it should be telling me. Let's change this to greater than or equal to make sure we don't accidentally land on the number, because that could cause that bug too. Yeah, that's really weird that happened. Let's try it again. Now that I made those minor changes, and see if anything else changes. Yeah, Wirehead, who was on the stream or in the chat earlier, him and Just Wall were on the podcast that I did, so that was a lot of fun to chat with them. they're working on a new game, a hunting game, a top-down hunting game, like a hunting simulator kind of thing. It looks pretty cool. Did it load again? No. I hit the button. I remember hitting the button. Oh, it's down here. All right, let's see what happens this time. Nothing again. Nothing happened again. That is unfortunate. So what we need to do is some debugging, and like I said before, instead of using debug logs, we're just going to use dialogues. So at the start of damage gen, where is that damage gen? We're gonna use a dialogue. And it's gonna say damage gen ran, because this is just for me as a developer, so that way I know that the damage was ran. All right. Nothing. Again, nothing. I don't know what's going on here. I didn't even get the damage gen ran. So I do know what's going on. Nothing's going on. Let's get back into that script. If variable C is 1, what's variable C? Oh shit. Okay, so I see what's going on here. We do need something here, because it's looking for this variable C. So what we'll do, instead of this menu, actually, yeah, we don't need that. What we want to do, wait, yeah, we do want that. What am I doing? Go back. So we want to change this to 1. We don't want this menu. And then here we're gonna make a value change to a variable. Variable C equals 1. There, because we don't need to ask the player what enemy he's going to attack if there's just one enemy. So we just give it the number that it should have, and then this is gonna work. Hopefully. Yeah, you gotta use hopefully all the time when you're a game dev, because hopefully it works. Did it do it again? Come on, I hit the button. Still nothing. Still nothing. Jeez. Jeez. Oh, I see what's going on. I see what's going on. It's only doing it if it's greater than 1. So what we need to do is make an else, and we'll throw this in there. And then this stuff can come after. Yeah. So that should work. Did it not? I swear I'm hitting the button. What the hell? Come on. I thought for sure that was it. Alright, so let's see. You're up. Cast. Win one. If variable B. What's variable B? Variable B is the enemy count. If variable B is greater than 1, else. You know what? Let's just take this out of there. If variable B equals 1, then variable C equals 1. Variable C equals 1. Attack choice equals 1. And call the script damage gem. Let's try that. I don't know why that else statement wouldn't work like that, but let's give it a shot. Is it doing that thing again? I like click it and then it like, I don't know, maybe it was out of focus. Fish. I'm gonna fish. Got a demon fish ahead. Oof. Still not working. Well, this isn't very productive. Let's see, what can we do to make this work? Battle player's turn. Is variable C not loaded? If variable B equals 1, variable C equals 1. If variable C equals 1, call the damage scripts. Huh. Oh, look at this layout. They didn't have this before. This is new. This behavior. Text open speed. Oh wow, this is so cool. I didn't see any of this before. Text close speed. Close when button pressed. The buttons. Clear the previous. Show frame. Whoa, you can do it without the frame. Look at that, you can do it without the frame. Just like that. Bottom. Oh, you can do it on the top now. I didn't think about that. You can do it on the top. I forgot about all this new stuff. So, what is this? Oh shit. Yeah, you can go outside the box. Oh, but only down. Pretty cool, pretty cool. I am so distracted right now. Alright. We've got options for second, blah blah blah, variable C. Variable B equals 1. What if I just get rid of this shit and move this shit into there and get rid of this? We'll try that. So this is the technical skill of trying different things until it works. I did that again. I want to know what's going on when I do that, right? If I'm like, oh, if I'm in, wait, did it load? Is this the last one? Why is it doing that? It's like hiding it. It's so weird. It's like it's there, but it won't let me access it. Here now. All right, sailing down into the fish. Yes. Demon fish dead ahead. First up is Ely. You're up. What'll it be? We're gonna cast. Oh, the cast worked. Damage gen ran. It worked. Whatever I changed worked. Finally, my fist is actually in the air. I know you can't see it, but I'm fist pumping. All right. Demon fish are attacking. Critical damage. Health 35. Let's go. Yeah, that was exciting. Of course, it's done again. So, wow. I need to think about that. That was a lot. Okay, so I did all that just to get this to work. All right, so it's working, but it's just I don't think it's working on the right guy yet. So let's go to damage gen. All right, so got critical cast. Variable C is 20. So variable C is going to be the damage that's generated. So at the end of this, whoa, what is this? Variable D is 1. What's variable D? Battle manager update. Okay, now I know what that is. And variable C is the damage generated. Now I'm pretty sure that I made a global variable for damage generated. Battle damage. So yeah, I should be using that instead of C. Because this is the damage that's being made randomly, and then this is the battle damage. So unless I'm screwing this up, I could be screwing it up, but I think this should be battle damage. Battle damage. Yeah, I hope in a future update they let you copy variables like this. So you could just copy that, just like you can copy that. I don't think you can though, because you can't select it. Like, yeah. Copy? No. But you can type apparently. So yeah. Anyways, battle damage, variable B, what is this? Cast was dodged. Critical cast. Alright, so now when we go back to this guy here, the actor, the battle manager, we got oh, Kixie tick off. Oh, have a good night, Kixie. Getting ready for bed. Thank you for the stream. No problem. Thank you for joining, Kixie. Super grateful for you being here. Hope you all have a good night. I am definitely gonna have a good night. Yep, sleep well, Kixie. Can't believe it's already this late, but it is. Let's see here. We got this guy. He's set to 1. Alright. Attack choice is 1. So these all need dialogues, right? I really wish there was a better way to describe the position besides just first, second, third, fourth. But given the constraints of the Game Boy and the time constraints, that's what we're gonna go with. So we'll just call it first takes. We'll go $ battle damage. And then we'll, yeah. So first takes blank damage. What is this? Did I not copy it? There we go. And then we'll go second. Oh. Second takes battle damage. Third takes battle damage. What is this? Fourth takes battle damage. All right. Here, enemy count 1. If enemy 1 health. Yeah, so here we'll say dialogue. First is caught. Second is caught. Third is caught. Oh, there. Fourth is caught. Or this caught. All right. The demon fish are attacking. Alright, so that's what we need, is that if it's... What does it say? Oh. So player's turn is 0. if, because I did this, what does it say, like the fish killed you or something like that? The fish killed you. Where does it say that? Was it this one? Cast was dodge. Is it this one? Yeah, okay. So instead of the fish kills you, we'll say demons, whoa, demons take, and that's not gonna fit, initiative. Otherwise it's your turn. So if the demons take initiative, then at that point we need to change the battle manager to update. We'll go Valver damage, not damage. Oh, that's not even the right one. Damage, no. Battle manager. That's what I was trying to write. Damage manager, same difference. All right. So it should do that. But it doesn't seem to know that the player's turn. Hold on. Varval. Player's turn equals 0 because somewhere we find out, or we give the player its turn. Well, we'll do it here. All right, let's give this a whirl. So it did that thing again, where it put it underneath OBS. It's so weird. Like, it only is working behind things. I don't know why. Anyways, it seems to fix it if I just build it again, so that's what I'm gonna do. It's so weird. Damage gen ran. First takes 7 damage. Second is caught. Okay. Third is caught. Okay. So what it's doing there is it's judging if a fish is caught by how much health it has, but fish that aren't there have 0 health. So that's not working. What was it? The damage gen? Or was it this guy? It was this guy. Check death. All right, so I need to differentiate between the enemy count here. So we'll do if val compare with value. We'll do count. So if enemy count equals 1, if enemy health equals 0, yeah. This is a weird one. So if the enemy count is 1 and enemy 1 health is 0, yes. But if the enemy count is 2, then we want to check more of them. Wait. So this deletes them, and this says that they're caught. So if enemy health more than 2, all right, that's what we need. So I'm kind of nesting things a little bit further here. Yeah. So now it should check to see how many enemies there are before checking to see if they're dead. All right, so we've got 4 in that one. All right. So that should actually take care of that. We'll see if that, we'll see how close I am. Oh, I'm not even on the right screen here. Sorry, guys. Alright, gonna cast damage gen Rand. First takes 7 damage, and then it just ended. So we need to repeat that initiative roll. So I feel like that should almost be its own script. So that way it can just kind of call itself into infinity or whatever. But the enemies are taking damage, so that's cool. So after each of these, we need to restart things. So what starts it off to begin with, right? We start with this, I think. Yeah. We've got this local turn RNG. So what we need to do is go back. We need to make... Oh, the player's turn is already made turn to 0, so that's good. What we need to do then is... Well, first of all, this should be getting turned off right away. So let's do that. We'll say varval battle manager update equals 0, and we'll throw that right here. So it turns it off right away. So that way it only runs once. But then we want to turn it back on, actually, which is weird because I thought we did turn it off, but maybe it happens down here. it does. So we're gonna remove it from here because we put it at the beginning where it should have been. And then we're going to turn it back on here, and that should start the cycle over. So we've already changed the player's turn to 0, right? If player's turn is 1, we change it back to 0. Yep. So then from here, all we need to do is change this back to 1. And that should start the loop again, because it's turning on the update function. Oh. Let's see. Yep. And we're already checking the death, right? Alright, so now even if the enemies die, they still keep attacking. So that's kind of the next thing that we would need, but it's so broken that we can't even see that far yet. So we might want to fix things up a little bit further to just get a little bit further into this battle. It's weird that I keep getting the same fish even though it's supposed to be random. But the random is based on different factors, so me doing the same thing every time probably doesn't help. Critical damage. Alright, so now after the fish attacks, we need it to go back to my turn. Alright, so let's see. Damage gen. Critical cast. Or wait, where does the fish hurt you? In the battle manager, okay. So what we'll do here is var val to get a variable set to value, and then we'll set player's turn to 1. And then we'll say, oh, and then we'll have to run the battle player's turn script. So we'll go call script and battle player's turn. And I believe this does the update for us. Right? Where's the update battle manager? That should be in here, isn't it? Oh, yeah, that's what this is, the variable D. I'm gonna put a comment there. There, now we know. Let's try it again. Give it the old testioli. All right. Nice, so now it's looping. You died. See if I can kill it. Cast was dodged. Critical cast. It was dodged and it was a critical cast. I don't know how that works. I want to see it die. It's supposed to die when it dies, but it's got like 50 health, so... Or no, this one's supposed to only have 10 health. Or no, this is the third one, so it's supposed to have 30 health. Well, let's take a look. Let's see what's going on here. Is it invincible? Is it not letting me kill it because it's not an exact number? It should clamp at 0. So we've got our enemy health. They're all at 0. So we're killing it, but it's not dying. So the death is not working here. Is it this one? Enemy health is less than or equal to 0. It was at 0. Enemy count is 1. And 19 is the waves. 8, 5 is right here. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's the middle. But also it should say first is caught if it's out of health. Let's try it again. This time we'll take a closer look at the variables beforehand. Alright, so here's... Oh, that's too big. Here's that. We'll sail down here. We've got the fish. Alright, so if we go to the enemy health, they're all at 0. We're gonna enter the fishing screen and... all the health is... Oh, no, we got enemy 1 health is at 30. Yep, so we're gonna cast. Take 20, now it's down to 23. We'll cast again. Now it's down to 16. $11, that one only took 5. Of course, I've only got 5 health now. And, oh, and the enemy's got 11. Uh-oh. I'm dead. Cast was dodged. But he's dead too, so that's confusing. But it didn't say that I caught him. It didn't say first is caught. Enemy count is still at 1, right? Enemy count is at 32. So there's an issue there. I think something's happening where the variables are getting crossed. Yeah, variable B 32. Enemy counts. Maybe it's when I'm calling the script. I can't remember where I call it. Oh, I'm calling from here, that's right. Alright, so damage gen. So I think they're getting confused, right? Because this is variable B and that's variable B, and it's telling me that variable, this is 32 and it should only be 0 or 1 through 4 or 0 through 4. Well, I think I have a fix for this. If we go to this guy and change this to a random number, that actually might fix 2 things at once. But we gotta do that for each of these. Alright, so we'll see how that works. Yeah, we got this thing going, that thing going. 1 demon fish dead ahead. First up is Ely. You're up, what'll it be? We're gonna cast. Damage gen ran. First takes 7 damage. Demon fish are attacking. Critical damage. Health equals 35. You're up, what'll it be? We're gonna cast again. How much life does he have? He's still got 11 health. I want to see him disappear. That's what I want. Quit dodging my cast. Oh, there it is. First is caught and it disappeared. Look at that. Sweet. Alright, but clearly it kept attacking. So what we want to do, well, there's something that I want to do beforehand where I give each fish a weight, and that weight is actually going to determine how much health it has. So it'd be like a floating scale or whatever, right? Like a weighted scale. I don't even know what I'm talking about. So right now we've got this beard fish is 10, the spike is 20, the eely is 30, the big eye is 40. So what I'm thinking is like a big eye would be 50, right? But a small eye would be 40, right? And then the weight would vary, and then, you know, the biggest big eye would maybe be like, I don't know, 45 maybe or something like that, and that would be like, you know, the biggest one you can catch. And then each one will have like a trophy, right, of the biggest one that you caught. And then the plan would be to have like a trophy gallery of like seeing how big of each fish you got. I don't know how fun that would be, but I know people like trophies and achievements and that kind of stuff. Yeah. So that's where we're at. Let's click on this guy. Damage generate. So I can just keep fighting the waves here. The demon fish are attacking and I'm dead, and so are they. We're all dead and just keep fighting. So there's a couple things that are happening here. One, I'm dying, and then the game keeps going on. Two, the enemy's dying, and the game keeps going on. So, easiest would be to take care of me dying. That's easy. So we already check if the player dies. Yep, you died. So at this point, we're going to... I don't know. It would be cool to like have a you died scene, you know. So maybe I'll throw something together real quick. And you know, just for fleshing the stuff out, I'm just gonna like really quickly draw a scene. So this is our water, and then we've got the waves up. Got some wave action going on here. And like I said, this is just a rough sketch. But what I want to draw is like a shipwreck. Right? I'm just drawing this with the mouse. So something like that, you know, maybe a little bit more detail, a little less rough around the edges. We get some sails going here. Yep. And then the background. Oh, that looks bad. We'll go with this one then. Yep. And then we could do you died underwater. I'll just write it. You died. Oh, that's too big. Let's go with 25. What the hell's going on with this font? Anyways, it works for now. I'm just getting rid of these clear pixels. Yeah, okay. Gonna save this. This is actually placeholder art. I don't care how it looks. I'll fix everything later. Let's see. Well, let's save an Aseprite version. I'll say we'll go into backyard, fishing game, and we'll call it You Died. And then we'll make an export. And we'll just export it directly into the game folder. So now it should be here. We'll make another scene. We'll just copy that there. You died. And instead of restore the previous scene from stack, we're going to load game load data. So technically we should save the data since we're loading the data, otherwise it's gonna do some weird shit. So on initialization we'll just save data here. There. So it's just going to save the data as soon as you start. That way when you load, when you die, it'll just start you right at the beginning. Later we can make a save point, and that way you can move around and it'll bring you back to the last time you saved. So that way you can save your inventory, your health, your trophies, whatever. All right, let's try this again. We'll see what happens here. That's the fish. Enemy's got 6 health, and I'm dead. Enemy takes 15 damage. First is caught. Cool. So it's still dying, but player's not going to the death screen because I didn't program that in there. Let's do that. What was it? Damage gen? No, it was the update. Alright, so instead of displaying you died, we'll go to change scene. Scene 6. We'll call it, give it a better name here. We'll call it You Died. And then scene 6 we'll call inventory. Yeah, so now it should send you to the death screen. We want to make the enemy stop attacking. Let's see, where is the enemy attack? In this script? Demon fish are attacking. So like right now, I'm kind of just fudging the demon fish attack. I'm treating it as one enemy during its attack. and as separate enemies during your attack. So if it were to attack as one, I could give it a multiplier, right? Depending on how many fish are on the screen. Of course, typical JRPGs, there's like a turn order, and first attacks, then second attacks, then third attacks, then fourth attacks. So that should be the way to do it. In fact, that's the way that I'm gonna do it. But right now, this works pretty well for testing. Let's fix this though. Local RNG random, if local RNG is that. If, oh yeah, so here, display critical damage. We're gonna say let's go back. We'll say player takes critical damage, so that way there's no confusion about who's taking the critical damage. We'll go here, player health. Yep, so underneath this we want dialogue, and we'll say player health equals I think I actually already do this, don't I? Maybe not. All right. Player health equals. We'll just go with health. Health equals. Player health. There it is. So health equals player health. If player health equals 0, all right. So how about these enemies? Did we deal with that? We'll say if value. So if, oh shit, if enemy 1 health is greater than 0. Greater than, no, just greater than 0. Not greater than or equal to. Well, that's not what we want. All right, so if it's greater than 0, then we want it to attack. So we'll throw this here. We'll say, instead of demon fish are attacking, we'll say first demon fish is attacking. I feel like demon fish should be capitalized or uncapitalized. First demon fish is attacking. All right, so then we want the random, we want the attack, and possible death. And then we want the player's turn to be 1 and the battle. Actually, we want this at the end still. I got carried away. Because now we're going to do player 2. And also we need to change this because this is way too much damage if there's four bad guys. So we're going to change that to 5. 5 for critical. And else Oh, so it does display health. But we don't need that. What we want though is I don't know what we want. Oh, yeah, because we've got this else, it's just telling us, oh, that's this else. If it's not, if the player didn't die, then it tells you how much health you have. What we want is this else. We want to change this to, actually 3 is pretty good, huh? Alright, so we also, I think we need to give the player more health because the player is dying too quickly. But you know, maybe we'll wait until we test the death screen to do that, because we do want to test the death screen still. Alright, but let's finish these attacks. So here we'll go to enemy 2 health. And we'll do the same thing. We'll change it to second. Copy, paste. It's nice. I'm feeling the flow now. Sometimes it's like the flow comes and goes with this Game Boy development stuff, but I'm feeling it right now. Although I do feel like I'm gonna have to take a break in a bit. Alright, enemy 3, now we want health 4. Oh, and we need to change this. 4th, demon fish. 3rd, demon fish. So they're each going to attack every turn. So the more enemies there are on the screen, it's exponentially more dangerous, right? Alright, so we'll save that, we'll do a build, we'll test it out. But my thoughts are going to food. Oh, I forgot to drag it up again, sorry. There we go. I need to get rid of that damage gen ran. So it needs to tell me how much damage or how much health the enemy has after I do an attack. Dodged my cast. Oh, I killed it. First is caught. You're up. What'll it be? So yeah, after it gets caught, it should end the battle. But I kind of want to die. Ooh, we got 2 this time. Look at that. First up is Big Eye. Second up is Ely. I'm just gonna brace myself here, considering it doesn't do anything yet. Oh shit! It breaks it. Fuck. All right, so here we'll say player. Oh, what is that? Valvar. Player's turn equals 0. Varval. Update manager 1. So that'll end the player's turn and kick on the battle manager update. Cool. Let's give that a go. Now I should theoretically be able to just continuously take damage without actually starting or attacking, causing any damage. So there's something else that needs to happen then, huh? Let's take a look at our debugger. We've got player's turn is 1. I thought we set that to 0. Yeah, player's turn should be 0. Weird. Let's try that again. Uh-oh. What did I do? Let's fight an Ely. Alright, so it's the player's turn. We're gonna brace. Grab hold of your hat. And it's still the player's turn. Oh shit. I did that wrong. I was moving too quickly. I was in that flow, but I was misflowing. Alright, so we'll do var val and not compare, but set turn, player's turn equals 0. And that should fix that. What? Come on. Let me out of here. The window was getting caught trying to switch monitors for some reason. Brace. Hold your hat. Demon fish is attacking. Nice. So it's working. Oh, now we're attacking. Of course, the defense doesn't do anything yet, but that's fine because I'm trying to test player death. Of course, it takes a long time to die now. I think we started with 40 or 50 health, so... This is taking a while. But it's starting to feel like an actual JRPG now. Got 8 health left, 5 health left. Won't be long now. Critical. Oh, no. It wasn't a critical. This is it. This is the last one. I'm about to die. You died. That didn't do it. Nar. And now I die. So it's broken. It's a little broken. A little bit broken. Let's lower that down a bit. That's awesome you're still here, Peanut. Just hanging out. Just working on my thing. I saw something you posted, Peanut, and that looked awesome. The art that you did yesterday, I think. I think you might have posted it today, but did it yesterday? That looked fantastic. What kind of program do you use for drawing? Do you use Photoshop or you probably use Procreate, huh? Yeah, just got you on while I'm working. That's awesome that you can stream and work at the same time. I know some people do that, and that always kind of blew my mind. Cause I always had to, like, you know, work. I mean, I have done that before, don't get me wrong. You use Procreate on iPad, that's awesome. Yeah, I was actually looking into getting Clip Studio Paint because it's on sale. It's usually like $60 American, I want to say. So it's like 21 now American. So like that's pretty affordable. And I've been using Krita and GIMP for a long time, but they're like kind of not great. I need my little Subway Surfers AITA Minecraft parkour distraction in the back. I'm trying to unpack this. Subway Surfers AITA Minecraft parkour distraction. Subway Surfers. Was that like standing on top of the train? Oh god, you don't know the subreddit. No, I don't. Am I the asshole? No, you know, I don't actually spend nearly as much time on Reddit as I'd like to. I always think like, oh, I should try to use Reddit. I should learn how to use Reddit. I should spend more time on Reddit. And then I only use it to figure out, you know, programming shit, Game Boy Studio shit. Like I only go to find answers. I never use it to like actually use it. I'm a terrible Redditor. It's just the most outlandish stories possible with people asking if they're the asshole. It sounds funny. It definitely sounds entertaining. For sure. Oh, I never tested the inventory. I'm gonna test that real quick. Tackle. Oh, look at that. Inventory opened. What happened after that, though? Did it reset all the variables? Alright, so what I'll need to do then is set a variable so that it knows that you've already started, and then check that before the scene starts. And then people take the most popular stories and then turn them into a video that's overlaid on like Subway Surfer or Minecraft gameplay. But yeah, my friends love CSP. I own CSP, that's Clip Studio Paint, but I've used it like once. Yeah, no, I think I'm gonna grab it. We'll see how long it takes before I actually get to use it. I do have a graphics tablet that I like barely ever use. I got it because I wanted to get into more sculpture. I wanted to buy ZBrush and all this stuff, but I ended up being too busy with work and stuff to actually sit down and buy ZBrush or make it worth my while to buy, because that's like super expensive software. Haven't used your tablet in a hot minute. So since you got your iPad, right on. Yeah, iPad is, from what I hear, perfectly great as a graphics tablet. The only thing is the apps, right? You just have to navigate the apps because, you know, there's not like there's no Aseprite for Apple, I guess, right? So that's one thing, but there's no Procreate for Windows, I don't believe. So, you know, or for Android, right? So, but yeah, it's supposed to be a perfectly good tool from what I hear. So also iPad's not cheap, so like, yeah, totally, you know. Yeah, some people like Resprite for the iPad, but I haven't used it. Oh, okay. Yeah, one of my friends uses something, I can't remember what it's called. I cannot remember. But Kixie was using it too. But she's Apple. Yep. But yeah, Clip Studio Paint, I definitely think I'm gonna get it. I don't know what I'm actually gonna draw with it, but I'd like to get back into drawing more. I do a lot of doodling. I do a lot of ink and you know, like computer paper, just regular gel pen on computer paper, just doodles. Yeah, I do a lot of different art actually. We can take a little art break. Let's see what I got. Oh, this isn't the right folder that I want. So, some old stuff. There's a mad scientist I did back in college. This was like 2007. And oh, this is gonna go on the wrong map. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Oh, rigging, trying to rig him. Obviously, I hadn't figured close out yet, and I hid. He's at that angle because I hid the ugliness of the rig job, because that was a terrible rigging job. That was way back 2007, 2008. I don't know how much art is actually on this computer or where it's at. Oh, Aseprite's probably got the most, but it's mostly for Retro Spaceball. Like, all of this is Retro Spaceball, and then I've got this folder non-Retro Spaceball. GB Studio. Oh, here's a space station I made. I was going to make like a game based off this, but I never finished it. It's just an image. So yeah, it was going to be like a space station simulator, and yeah, it was going to be like power generation, food generation, water generation, and then this was going to be your hangar where you could like send people off to go get more resources to refine here, and then there was like gauges of how much you have in store, and then how many people you have. You were gonna be able to assign them in like a different menu. So I never did finish that, but I made that not too long ago. Oh, you were talking about my my tiny drawings. I've got a whole bunch of them here. We can get it to load. Oh, that's Aseprite. Oh, they're gonna be super tiny. So yeah, I've got a whole bunch of them. I gotta get used to making tiny stuff. It's not easy, but it's fun. It's like a challenge, you know? You gotta kind of look at it that way. I've got one that's an Aseprite. Let me get this like this. I need to organize my shit better. My stuff is so poorly organized. Player 1 small. Aseprite's like, I'm open, buddy. Oh. Let's go to this. I swear I had an Aseprite file with actors. They're in here somewhere. I really should have separated stuff. Because all of the actors are on one file, and then I exported them all and just kind of threw them in the same folder willy-nilly. And now that's, yeah, this is a mess. Dog Aseprite is an old man, so this is one. So here's an old man who doesn't require clothes because his beard is so large. Oh, here's the reference for it. That was from Dragon Warrior, but obviously I changed it up a bit. So yeah, that's one helpful thing I would say for doing tiny art is to use references and see what else people have done with it, because there's so little space that you can't really feel bad about being close to someone else's art. So here's the woman reference, and then here's what I made. So you can see where it's the same, like the eyes are the same, the face is the same. And like the chest is the same there. The legs are kind of the same but different, right? The arm is the same. And part of that is that I'm trying to go for that nostalgia vibe of like, oh, I almost recognize these sprites, but also because it's easy to recognize. Right, it's just easy. Here's a dog, here's a cat. You got a fly. I don't know what happened to those two frames on the cat. They're gone. I don't know where they went. Yep. I used to have a lot more art. I don't know where it's all at. It's probably on different hard drives and stuff like that. Some scaled exports. Just a lot of random stuff. Like that's actually used in Retro Spaceball. That's used in Retro Spaceball. That was going to be used, but I never finished it. That's like a, I don't know what you call that. A mock-up. We already saw that. I was planning on having more characters in Retro Spaceball, so if I ever get around to it, this was going to be your ma and pa in the game. Here's a mech guy who someone said looked like they were jumping rope. I never did make him shoot yet. I made the animation for shooting, but I never gave him bullets. Oh, this one's cool. I like this one. I was going to make a terraforming planet mechanic, but then I was like, kind of want like a farming mechanic. So what if I made like planets that you have to terraform, and then after you terraform it, you can plant a planetary flower, right? And then the flowers would produce fruit or something like that, and you'd harvest them. That was the idea with that. Nice. The art in Retro Spaceball is crazy. I'll have to try it out when I have time. I would really appreciate if you did. If you do test it out, give me some feedback, because I definitely need all the feedback I can get. Because right now, like, the beta is just on itch, and I'm working up to a demo release for Steam, and then I'm going to be working on the full release for Steam, and I've got, you know, time to do it. So I'm not like, you know, on a deadline or running out of money or anything like that. So I'm not worried about that, but I'm taking my sweet time, but I'm also like trying to do it right, and you know, one step at a time. But I appreciate that. I'm glad you like the art. I definitely learned a lot while making the art. Here's some variations on that. Oh yeah, here's a mechanic in the game. So those floor tiles, when the ball goes over them, it like triggers them to stop. Oh yeah, here's the finished version. So what I did was I made so the button in front of it pops it up, so that way it actually stops the ball, because without that button it wouldn't stop the ball. Oh, here's a boss I never finished. I want to finish it, but just haven't gotten around to it. Oh, and this was going to be for watering, fertilizing, and feeding, I guess, the space flower thing. Oh, we got an animated planet, some swirly clouds and stuff. Oh, here's the darkened version, so you can see one's got a whole nother layer of clouds. This was or yeah, I think yep. I need to fix that in the game though. Right now, for some reason, the explosion is like off. But yeah, what happens is there's a cutscene, and then at the end of the cutscene it explodes, and then after you beat the level, it explodes again and becomes that. And then hopefully I get around to making it so you can terraform and bring back the planet. Oh, and this was I started a self-portrait in 3D back in 2007 or so, back in college, and then I brought it in a ZBrush and put a hole in its head, sunk in the cheeks, stretched out the earlobes, and made it into, like, I don't even know, a some type of tribal elder or something like that with a hole in his head. And then I went back, made it pixel art, and then I animated it. But yeah, that's a self-portrait of me back when I had dreadlocks. What's going on here? Oh, that's the end. Yeah, I'll tell you the homies. I'll tell the homies also. Oh, that would be awesome. Some of them love trying out games. Yeah, I'm the same way. I love trying out games. I'm big on like testing and game jams and like homebrew and indies and stuff like that. I'm definitely all about early betas and unreleased games. In fact, I prefer to find a game before it's released than after it's released. I'm kind of weird like that. I definitely like finding bugs and issues and stuff like that. Like, I mean, yeah, it sucks when you're like, oh, I gotta redo this again because, or I lose my save or something. That kind of stuff sucks, of course. But like, I love like falling through the floor and shit like that. One of these days, I'm gonna have to sort through my art so I can show it off easier, because I feel like it's just too hard to find it all right now. I know it's in here somewhere. Actually, I don't know that. It could be in one. I've only got one hard drive plugged in, but I've got like 4 external hard drives, so promo, random, reference, Rick's art. Oh, I already tried that one. That was empty. RSB. So this one's pretty cool. This, you can see the painting. Like I actually painted it on a piece of canvas. I have the painting still. And then I did the graphic design for it to make it look like an old Konami game. But yeah, then later I went in and cleaned out the canvas texture, but you can still see it. It doesn't look that clean. So I don't know. I've already been using that art for like a long time now. Oh, and here's the Game Boy version. Of course, it's all pixelated because it's tiny. Let's throw an Aseprite. There. Yeah. So yeah, something like this is not what they want for the Pixel Jam, unfortunately. But yeah, what I did was I brought in my image, scaled it down, and then I went through and hand merged colors to be like, you know, if they're close to this, then they're now that. If they're close to this, then they're now that kind of thing. And then kind of went over the logo and obviously wrote this in separately. But that's actually, this is used in my game called Source Hack. So there's like, in Source Hack, you're using a computer, and so one of the icons is a Steam icon on the desktop. So when you click on that, it brings you to this, and it tells you to wishlist Retro Spaceball. Wait, the GB version is so sick. I'm glad you like it. It looks alright, but yeah, there's, you know, it's hard to get that amount of detail into a Game Boy image, and then also make it so it doesn't overdo it on the tile count or whatever. It was a challenge, and a learning process. I learned something. Yeah. Some of this stuff is really old. Like, look at this old screenshot. Play on itch.io or Android. This was back when the game was for Android. Lots of changes since then. All of these tiles are gone. The background's different. These bullets are still the same. The ball is different. These are similar. They've changed a little bit. This has changed. I think even these things are changed. So much has changed. And you can't play it on Android. We got Light Switch Crusader. We got the screenshot here. What's this? Yep. Very basic. I put the shadow in there, the drop shadow. I thought that was clever. Source Hack, what's that? This is screenshots of Source Hack. So here's a bug that I posted to Twitter. But it looked kind of cool, right? I was trying to make an animated piece of art, but like somehow things were getting all messed up. And it's like a glitch. Oh, yep, that's the banner for itch. This is the prototype version of the fighting screen. In Source Hack, there's one instance where there's a fighting screen and you fight this slime. And I'm basing all of that off of, or basing all of what I'm working on now off of that. So this is Overloader, which is a mini game within SourceHack. Like I said, you're using a computer in that game, so I wanted to do like a word muncher kind of game. And this is another mini game. This was the picture of the overworld. This is the intro sequence. Oh, here's a cave that I made. Some animated water. This is actually running in the emulator too, so this is how it would look on a Game Boy. Well, the colors are different, but this is the title screen. Again, 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 again. Oh, that's the end. Oh, coronal mass ejection. This was cool. So I was working on a card game using this Nandex software. And so I actually made a deck of cards. Is this gonna load? It is. Yeah, so I actually made a deck of cards for my, and you could print this off. Like I made this PDF so someone could print off my card game and then cut out the things and put them into sleeves if they wanted or whatever, and play the card game just by downloading the deck. But then I that was for that. I never actually printed it. And then I started doing, what was it? Roll20. Oh, here's the icons. I did Roll20, but then I got into Tabletop Simulator. And if you don't know Tabletop Simulator, it's awesome. It's like a, I think it's on sale for like 15, so I think it's like a $30 game. And it's like what it sounds like. It's a tabletop, and you can play tabletop games on it with other people across the internet. So if you wanted to do D&D, you could do that. You could set up figurines or have a you watch your friend play it but you don't have it. Yeah, that's definitely, I would say you should check it out, because like I said, it's like $15 when it goes on sale. So just like put a reminder in your sale thing. You ever use one of those sale finder things? That's definitely a game worth that, because it's so fun. I mean, especially if you have friends that do it, right? Because that's kind of the whole thing, is that it's like, if you're me and you're making a card game, then yeah, you can make the game yourself. A test image, interesting. Then you can play the game yourself and have fun. Let me see. I think I made a GIF. I have a GIF of it being played. Yeah, here we go. So this is from my Retro Spaceball server. So here's me playing coronal mass ejection in Tabletop Simulator. Yeah, and you can play that in VR, which is cool too. Yeah, so I'm playing against myself, but I did actually play with real people, and then I realized that the game isn't all that fun, unfortunately. So I was trying to think of ways to make it more fun, and I've thought of some ways, but I haven't actually implemented them yet. So yeah, I'm one of those devs that has like a wake of unfinished projects behind me, and I think most devs do, but you know, sometimes people they look at that and they're like, "Oh, what's wrong with you? You just keep on making projects. Why don't you finish your projects?" Like, well, I finish projects too. It's just, there's a lot that don't get finished. What are you gonna do? It's been that way with me with art forever. You know, I have this painting in my bedroom. I started it, fuck, I don't even know when I started it. So I was working at a pizza place when I found it in the trash. So I found this massive canvas on the side of the road when I was driving pizzas, right? And I had a big enough trunk to fit it, and it just barely fit in my trunk, right? And it's funny because I was training someone too. So I was training this guy, and I was like, well, I had already found the painting, and then I went back to the shop, and they're like, "Oh, well, this this training guy needs to go on a ride. He's never been on a ride before, so go ride with him. So he was like shadowing me, right? And I had this big canvas in the back of my car that I found in the trash. So I brought it to my house. I was like, we're not allowed to do this. Don't tell anyone that I did this. And he didn't tell on me, which is kind of cool. He didn't last very long. That guy, he got in a car accident the same day that he parked in a handicap spot at a fast food place while he was on the clock. and it was a small enough town, and he had the phone number of his business on top of his car, mind you, because they make you wear a sign. It's a pizza place. So someone called and said, hey, one of your drivers is parked in a handicap spot at a restaurant. And they fired the guy like that day. Anyway, so I got my canvas, and it had the most gaudy. All right, so first of all, let's talk about the size. This is like a 4.5 by 3.5 foot canvas, so it's pretty big. And it was covered in the most gaudy picture of like Rococo style hats, right? Just like big like grandma hats, and they were like very textured, like extremely textured, like mountains. There's like a mountain range on this canvas. And so I had a power sander, so I just power sanded the shit out of it. I gessoed it and power sanded and gessoed and power sanded and gessoed and power sanded until I was going through the canvas at this point. So I started gessoing the other side. So gesso is just like primer, right? So I was just priming it and priming it and priming it and sanding it and sanding it and sanding it and priming it and priming it and sanding it and priming it and sanding it and priming it and sanding it. And finally you can still see some of the ridges from one of these hats. It's still there. I couldn't get rid of it all. It's still there. But yeah, so I started painting over it. I did some broad strokes with spray paint because it's such a big canvas. And then I went in and started doing and it was all fluorescent paint. So I started doing in like acrylic fluorescent paints and stuff like that. And I started this piece, like I said, fuck man, this must have been almost 10 years ago. And I spent like 3 years working on it. And then I packed it up, moved it to Arizona with me. And I worked on it maybe twice, 2 or 3 times in Arizona. Packed it up, moved it back to Illinois with me. It's still in my bedroom, unfinished. I've spent hours and hours and hours on it. I don't even like it. That's the other thing. I don't even like it. I don't know if I have a good picture of it either. Like, I don't know. All of my art pictures are probably jumbled and confused. Let me see if I can find it off screen so I don't expose any NDA shit. Let's see here. What we got? I don't even know how to use this computer. Yeah, like I said, I really wish things were more organized. It's such a pain. Here's some a tiny little graffiti thing I did a long time ago. I don't know how that got in there. Oh, I don't know how it got in there because I used it to make this. So in VR, there's a spray painting app. So I painstakingly drew this in VR. And it was very time consuming. Also, my VR kind of sucks for that kind of thing, so yep. Random. That is random. Yeah, well, I think most of it's on hard drives at this point. Yeah, because I remember running out of memory on this computer and being like, well, that's not good. I ran out of fucking memory. You better get rid of everything that's on here and throw it into a hard drive. But yeah. Anyways, what did you say? You say you're making a whole new canvas? Yep. Ah, the sunken cost fallacy. Yep, for sure. But you know, it's all about the experience, you know? As long as you focus on enjoying the moment and the experience, sunken cost is kind of, I don't know. It's still a thing, but not really, right? As long as you're appreciative and learning the whole time, I don't know. But yeah, I need to take a break. I'm going to get some food. Thanks so much for hanging out. I'll be back probably within 10 minutes. I'm going to get some food, probably use the bathroom, and it shouldn't take too long. But if you're still here, that'll be awesome. If not, that's okay too. I really appreciate you hanging out. So, yep. All right, I'm going to take a break, and yeah. I will be back eventually. Gotta head to bed. Fear it's 2 a.m. Gotta work early tomorrow, but thanks for the stream. Catch you another time. No, thank you so much for hanging out. I very much appreciate it. I totally understand. It's 2 a.m. Yep, time for bed. I would go to bed too, but my sleep schedule is completely flipped. So yeah, thank you so much for hanging out. Very much appreciate it. And I will be joining you on your stream, hopefully the next one. So yeah, see you soon. Bye. Good luck with the game. Thank you so much. All right. I am back. Let's get this out of here. This out of here. I need to remove this cushion. Sometimes I have a cushion, and sometimes it's better without the cushion. Yeah, that sound. That would be my desk. It makes that sound. It's a squeaker. Alright, so what I want to do... What do I want to do? I've got a whole lot planned for this game, and there really isn't all that much I can do, but I'm going really quick. So, I've got my notes in front of me here. I've got a title screen planned. I've got size determines health of demon fish. I've got a new enemy idea. I've got explore points. We've got a whirlpool boss fight. We've got the trophies menu. And we've got the shopkeeper menus, as well as a shoreline for the title screen. Yeah. So that's what I have to work on top of everything else that needs to go in this game. Oh, the kitty's here. Hey, Lou. She's got a routine. Once she catches on to my routine, she comes down and hangs out with me. That's her routine. Is that really the best place to get viewers? Interesting. I really need to invest some time in bots and commands and start taking this a little bit more seriously, I guess. But whatever. Anyways, what's next? We got inventory or art. Art might be fun. Let's do some art. We'll go 160 by 140. It's a horror game. Scary, spooky game. Alright, so let's get our grid and let's find our world map, and we can actually just like use this basically, but this doesn't have all of the tile data, so let's go find that. I don't know where it went, but it's no longer in my recent files. So let's see. There it is. What is it called? Fishing game BG tiles 1. Yeah, so this sprite thing isn't being used yet, but I've started it. Just one second. Yeah, that's the one thing about the Blue Yeti, is that the mute button, not only does it like make an audible sound when you hit it, but it's hard to hit it and know that you hit it. Like sometimes when you hit it, it doesn't click, or it clicks, but it doesn't actually change. Yeah. All right. So what do we got? We got all these edge pieces to use because I'm gonna try to make the title menu. All right, so this actually, that's not what I want to do. I want to copy it. I don't know why I did that. All right, and then we've got this. So I'm gonna just save this as, we'll call it title screen. Aseprite. All right, yes, paste it. I'm just going to put it in the middle because that's where the title's gonna go. And I want to work on the edges first, so I'm just gonna start copying pieces. And actually, before we do that, let's make a new layer, just to keep things organized, or attempt at organization. All right. Sorry, getting distracted. Here we go. I'm gonna leave about that much room, and then for now we'll just fill it in with these. But later I want to put like that skull thing on it, and like, you know, add some points of interest. Yeah. So we want it to be as jaggy as possible, but this tile set doesn't really allow for that. So I might actually make some, because this is the like I could use this for both, but right now this is just for the title. What I'm saying is, what I'm trying to say is, if I want to make it special, I can, and no one would think it's weird. So I'm gonna try and do something here, and just one by one move everything down by 1 pixel. I don't know if I'm doing it right. Did I fuck that up? Anyways, it was close. Alright, what if we try something else? Something like that. That actually looks pretty good. And then this stuff we can actually just get rid of. As cool as it looks, we'll just do that. Alright, then we'll do this. But we'll do the kind of the opposite thing. We'll just move it to the edges. Let's do this whole thing. Yeah. And I'm just gonna fill this in. And to keep the pattern going. Yeah, that works. So I'm probably giving myself too much space because I'm not thinking about the text yet, and I should be. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna break off, make a new layer, and we'll call this text. Alright, so I have no idea the colors or anything like that, so I'm just gonna here, let's put this on a different layer. Oh. Alright, so now we've got a tile set. And we've got our terrain. Right? Terrain, tile set. And now we've got text. And then this is PG. Alright, so we'll delete, we'll just throw some text in there. I haven't done any searching for fonts. And that's kind of boring to do. I kind of want to just draw it, but I kind of want a base, like a skeleton structure to work with to begin with. All right, so the game is going to be called Demon Fish Dead. Demon Fish Dead Ahead, and then we know that that's not gonna fit, so we'll cut it in half, and 25 should be good, but it needs to be cut up. Yeah, so let's try this again. We'll do just demon, then just fish, demon, and then we'll do text, fish, and then we'll do text, dead. Oh, that's not what we want. Actually, this one's wrong too. Let's go back here. We want them all capital, I think. Demon. Fish. Dead. ahead. Demon fish dead ahead. Alright, so man, that looks so bad. I think I'm at a bad font size. It's like a strange number. It doesn't like 25. So let's go with like multiple of 12 maybe, so 24, right? Yeah, there it is. It looks normal now. Well, almost normal. That's like a weird thing. Let's see if we can't get rid of that. 20. That looks much better. All right, 20 it is. Demon fish. What if demon fish? No, because if demon fish was one word, then it would seem like it was one type of fish. But if it's two words, then it's like they're demon fish, right? I don't know. I don't want to overthink it. Demon fish, dead. Head. Alright, so the spacing kind of sucks on it. So I can kind of mess with that. But the size is probably about right. You can actually get pretty close. I don't know if that's what we want. No, that's not what we want. Alright, so we want it to be 2 pixels away. Alright, next word. Alright, so my thoughts right away is that I don't like it all being one font. I kind of want Demon Fish to be one font and Dead Ahead to be another font. But not like completely different fonts, just like kind of different. So I wonder if we can maybe adjust the size or something. Let's move this down. And we'll just put it here for now. You know what, let's get rid of this for now, and then we'll move this down. We'll put it in the middle-ish. We'll grab all of this. We'll move it down as well. Because we want them to be close together, but we want this one to be quite a bit bigger. So let's move these together. Well, not one word together, but close enough, right? We're gonna scale it up a bit. That don't look good, does it? it looks better like that. Yeah, I don't know how to fix it. Excuse me. Demonfish dead ahead. Let's see here. Maybe I should focus on getting it to look good over the background rather than focusing on trying to make it look good on its own. So now it's got a little space around it. Yeah. I kind of want dead ahead to be like on a piece of wood or something. You know what I mean? So what if we drew the wood? It's off center, so that's an issue. But I also kind of don't want it to be like all the way to the edge like that. But I don't know. It's a Game Boy, so it wasn't like the TV where you had like an area that might get covered by the bezel thing. You could go straight to the edge and that pixel would show. So maybe it's not the end of the world. It does look weird now with the gap. Maybe there should be a design element. I mean, the game is about fishing, right? So let's put a fish hook there. Demon fish. Dead ahead. So I kind of want it to be like in Jaws. Now I like sharp teeth. What if it was like getting chomped instead of a map? Maybe I could do a little bit of the shoreline at the bottom. Of course, I don't know how the overlap is gonna work. So the problem I'm gonna have with the overlap is that the game, if we take a look back at the game, the water's black. Now the way that Game Boy Studio has assigned overlap is to the white now. So if you have a white background and you have let's say you have a column that's like really tall and you want the player to be able to walk behind it, not walk through it, but walk behind it and not look above it, then that player is going to need to have a white outline around that column. Otherwise, you'll see the debris on top of the sprite. You'll see the sprite behind the background on those layers. Because the sprite is 2 8 by 8 bricks. So when you hit the trigger, it happens that when that first 8 by 8 block hits the trigger, and so there's a point where the sprite is half behind something and half not behind something, is what I'm getting at, and it doesn't know what to do there unless it's surrounded by white, in which case it'll always put the player on top of white. That's just the way that GB Studio is programmed. I'm sure there's a way to eject the engine and switch that color to another color and make it black, but I don't know how to do that, so I'm just going to avoid that, I guess, is what I'm getting at. But yeah, kind of want to do like teeth, but I don't want to get too involved on this. This is good for now. You know, I'll give it a little more color. Let me do that. How does that look? Demon fish dead ahead. Maybe change this to black. Demon fish dead ahead. Yeah, and for now we'll put some water in there. How about that? So that way I'm not just like, oh, that looks ugly. What are we doing here? Don't I have water? I need to open the fight scene is what I need. Oh, this is the old fight scene. Whoops. Open new fight scene. Alright, let's grab some of this water here. Who knows what layer it's on. Alright, we got the water. Grab the wave. Get rid of this. Back to this. We'll make a new layer. We'll say wave. Alright, we got a wave. I don't know what to do with this, but for now it might be good to just like draw a wave. Maybe I could do Wait a second. Why is it going off the page like that? That shouldn't be. What's going on here? New, wait, open with sprite size. The height is wrong. 144. Should we do this one? Yeah, let's not. Why not? In fact, maybe we should change the color of these waves. Maybe these ones? Oh. Maybe just these ones? Maybe these ones too? I don't know, I feel like it should have like tentacles or something over the top. Looks like my tablet's plugged in. I'm just gonna grab it. Sweet. Okay. Tablet time. Let's see here. We got the hand there, and we got. Oh, wrong tool. Let's make some tentacle thing. And then, so the drawing that I drew was like a pile of eyeballs. Actually, let's not. Yeah, it needs something. Same with these. These need something. So yeah, it was like a pile of eyeballs. And yeah. Actually, there was more in the drawing. Let's do that. I got a raspberry of eyes. Like, it's not creepy until you start putting the pupils in there. And it's like, oh, wait a second. Can this thing see me? Alright. So I don't like the edges here. Let's get closer here. How do we zoom in? Control plus? Yeah. Let's shrink that down. Did I not? I didn't have pixel perfect down when I drew any of this, so it's all chunky. Oh, did I go too far? No, I didn't. Alright, so I'm actually gonna just undo a whole bunch of things here. Because if pixel perfect mode was on, I would like be okay with it. But since it wasn't, like I'm just gonna redo it. Like how hard is that gonna be? And then watch, I won't be able to draw a tentacle. So I kind of want it to be higher up than before too. So yeah, this is like a demon tentacle, so if it's got some extra creepiness factor to it, I'm okay with that. Like a demon claw. And then this one is gonna be up too. And then we're going to like draw some circles here. Oh, I keep hitting the minus button. I want the control minus button. Alright. So I'm not like loving it, but it doesn't have the pupils yet either, so we'll just have to see how that looks. Oops. That didn't work. I don't like this bottom part. I feel like that needs more detail or something. This is actually helping a lot. And I feel like the legs need to be more connected to that. Alright. Yeah. And then this, I feel like, I don't know. What is that? Was it W? Oh, I want it to be just that. And then I want the gradient tool. I don't know what the shortcut is for that. And I want this one, I think. Yeah, not like that. Shift G, okay. Demon fish. All right, so let's do something like that on this too. So we'll go from here out, and we'll get, yeah, the same gradient. So what, Shift G? I'm on the wrong layer. Did the wrong thing. All right, so all right, Shift G. This is that. Okay, that's what I need. I kind of want it to be more like that, but closer to that. So like from here. From here? Oh shit, I had it. Go away. That looks weird though, right there. I don't know why that's like that. What if I did it from here? Oh. Let's try 2 by 2. That's weird. Seems weird, right? Like it's not affecting the top. Because of the selection size, okay. No. Is there something else going on here? No. We'll call this fish Fosh. Fish. Alright. Oh, that's not what I wanted. What's going on here? Gosh darn it. Alright, let's just get rid of that. I don't want it. How far do I have to go back? There we go. And we'll go ahead and call this fish again. All right, the eyes probably gonna be, oh, not that color. This color, oh, this color. Oh. Well, that's not gonna work. Oh, what happened there? Alright, I'm getting carried away here again. I feel like demon fish should have some type of border also. Maybe it'd be a piece of wood also. Like they were part of the same ship. Oh, wrong layer. Also, this is gonna need to be under the fish layer. Can I not do it? Did it? Huh. Way off. That's looking pretty good. How off center is it? It's pretty off center. But like its top eye is like only a little bit off. Which kind of makes it more natural, I guess. Hold on, this doesn't look right here. That looks better. Oh. Alright, so the eyes need a little more detail. Oh, did I fuck something up because I did. Because I had symmetry on. I tend to do that. I'll use it as a guide and then I'll like start fucking with it and break shit. Alright, there we go. Next, how did I draw the other eye? I should pull that up. Oh, I fucked up all my recent files. That'll happen. Alright, let's go back to... Yep, this is what I want. Fishing game. Was it the enemy? Yeah. Okay, yeah, so I just gave him dark gray veins. Oh, this one's got an iris. I don't know if there's enough room for iris and a border and a pupil and a highlight, but it sure would look better. I fit this all in an 8x8 square, but we got one there. Could do one there, there, maybe cross, and one there. I'll try to fit some pupil or some iris. How about that? It does look better with the iris because it makes it feel more intelligent. It still doesn't fit. There we go. Oh. Merging eyeballs here. Well, it just doesn't look good, so I'm gonna make space for it. Not like it's important, it's just the first thing people will see. No, I'm just kidding. But not kidding. But needs some work, huh? Alright. It's looking pretty good. Let's see without the grid. Let's fix that. We'll fix oh. Fix that, that, and that. Alright, so the next step is to draw these veins. Alright, let's see how that looks. It looks creepier, that's for sure. I don't know if it looks better, but it looks creepier. I don't like this straight line and that straight line. Let's do something about that. Alright. Demon fish dead ahead. Let's fix this. I don't like that. There we go. That looks much better. Alright, I'm gonna leave this at that. You know, I'm gonna drop it down. I'm gonna drop it down all. Drop it all down just a little bit here. Let's go ahead and flatten this. Flatten visible. All of you. We're gonna put you. Yep, just like that, like it's floating in the water. So the font is still kind of like a placeholder font, considering that it's just the ZX Spectrum font. But we'll see what I can make work. It's good for now. Excuse me. Alright. We will save it. We will export. Got that. I'm gonna export it to the other place too. Alright, so it should already be in there then. Oh, there it is. Title screen. No longer sample game. And then yep, I have a logo that I can just drop in there too. Let's find it. GB Studio projects. Hacker game. That's what I called Source Hack when I first started it. Assets. I forget what I was looking for. Backgrounds. This is the original logo. I didn't know what I was doing with the colors. And then this is the this one. Happy. So we're gonna go to, oh, that's not the right one. Fishing game. That's not either. Alright, so I'm gonna paste it here. I'm just gonna call it logo, like the other. I don't know if I should edit it, like, I'm sure I could do a better logo now. I don't know if I want to spend the time to edit it. I feel like I should invert these at least. Let's do that. I'm gonna do the old trickaroo. Oh, you know, I kind of like it up there. But down here it looks bad. So yeah, we're just gonna put that there, and we'll change all that to that. So that way we can take this, change all that to that, and then change this back to that. And will that look better? I think it will. I'm not sure. What if we experiment? No. 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 I think that'll look good. And it'll differentiate the two games a little bit. Alright, so we'll save that. Then we'll copy it. And then we'll pull up this folder. Backgrounds, and we'll paste it. What's that one called? Logo? Yep, paste it over, replace it. There we go. Now it's in there. So if we move this to this, what is this? Deactivate player, show overlay. We'll see what this does. So it seems to be working. New game. What do we want it to say? What do pirates do when they set out on... They don't call it an adventure. Expedition? I looked it up online, but I didn't find that. An expedition. New expedition? I don't know how to spell. How do you spell expedition? Alright, it's got an E in there. Where'd that go? Ah. Continue save. New expedition, continue save. No save data found. We'll leave that in there. We don't want the music. Oh, there's all this music already in there. We haven't done any music for this game yet. Alright, So what does it do if you hit continue? Change scene to error. That's crazy that it's just like an error. Scene 3. Let's give that a name. Overworld. Alright, so we'll go there. Save it. Play. I think that does look better. And that looks good too. Oh, I don't have it on the right screen. Can I reset it? No. I'll rebuild it so you can see it. So everyone can see. Alright. Yep, so now it fades in wave games. And now Demon Fish dead ahead. New expedition, continue save. New expedition. And here we are, we're on an expedition. We're in the trigger. Fish, yes. Demon Fish, dead ahead. What is the music like? What is that? So it's just gonna keep playing that? You're up. What'll it be? Player takes critical damage. Health equals 40. You're up. What'll it be? I'm going to check out my tackle. Got inventory. Oh, there's a player on the tackle screen. And it restarts the battle. And it crashes. Or it freezes, or soft locks rather. Alright, so let's get rid of the music. That was unforeseen. We will disable the event, or should we just make some music? First we'll disable it. Just delete the event. Second, let's... Oh, we're already deactivating the player there. Let's get rid of the player on here too. So I don't know what I'm going to do with the inventory yet, but I know that I don't want the player on the screen. So I'm just going to deactivate it. Let's put the music back on. Alright, yeah, so I'm going to just deactivate it and yep, and leave it at that. So now the player won't be in the corner of the screen if I go into the inventory. But the other thing is that it needs to know that like you're at the inventory. So like I'll just make a new variable. And let's see. Variable 23. Let's see. Oh, we need to rename it. it's going to be inventory open, and we'll change it to 1. And now when we go into fight scene, because there's stuff that happens on the initialization function, like a whole lot of stuff, and we actually don't want that to happen if you're coming back from, because this is going to run anytime the scene is loaded, even if you're restoring it from the previous scene on the stack. And yeah, so what we're gonna do is just make a conditional if value and then we have inventory. So if inventory open equals 1, or actually we'll change it to 0, and then we'll throw all this stuff in there. Oh, that one's gonna be there anyway. And then we'll do the else, and here we'll go back to the menu. We'll go, wait, where's the menu come from anyways? Oh, I think it needs to run the script again. So we'll go run, or not run, call script, and we'll go battle player's turn. Variable A is attack option, so we'll do attack option. Variable B is enemy count, so we'll scroll down and find the enemy count. Enemy count, and then C is attack position. Alright, so we'll do that. And then in the script, it does a whole bunch of stuff. So, oh. Yeah, it does exactly what we need it to. Perfect. Save it, test it. Alright, we got, oh, it's down here again. We got the logo, we got the start screen. We will new expedition. Oh, losing my stylus. So I kind of want to fix the slowdown, but at the same time, it doesn't really bother me that much. It's kind of weird. I've got conflicting feelings, but whoa, that was cool to see it like change before my eyes. 2 demonfish dead ahead. First up is Big Eye. Second is Ely. Demons take initiative. Okay. So we found our bug. Demons take initiative. Where does that happen? Does that happen here? I'm going to move my stylus and my tablet. Okay, that's moved. Pretty convenient. Oh, I just realized that I'm like overheating one of my computers. Remove that too. I have my audio device on top of the vent for one of my computers. I have a laptop that I'm using to stream, and I have an old tower that I'm using just to look at chat and whatnot in the stream and shit, just in case people come in and start chatting. But yeah, super old computer, so there's not much else I can do with it. But yeah, I have all these monitors, so I might as well use those. Let's see here. So we've got a bug where the enemies take initiative and then it just fails. So let's see here. Enemies take initiative. Alright, so the player's turn is 0. The battle manager update equals 1. Battle manager update equals 1. If it's the player's turn. Okay, so we're not checking. Oh wait, is there an else? Yeah, there is an else. Wait, is that the else we want? It is the else we want. I think I'm gonna sneeze. Give me a second. Well, I did. I sneezed. So that worked. Yeah, last time that happened last night, I didn't sneeze. I kept feeling like I was going to, but I didn't. The cat's so used to it, she didn't even flinch. She's sleeping next to me. It was a loud sneeze. Alright, what do we got here? We got battle player's turn. Kind of forget what I was doing. That sneeze jostled something in my brain. Alright, so here it's demons take initiative. We'll say demon fish. Demon fish take initiative. Demons fish. Demon fish. Alright, so we'll go to the battle turn. No, that's not what we want, is it? No, we want this, the battle update. And if it's the player's turn, it should be saying this stuff if their health is greater than 0. But it doesn't seem to be doing it. So I don't know why sometimes else statements are giving me trouble, so I'm just going to well, I can't do that because it's changing it to 0 here. So if player's turn is 1, change it to 0. Else, meaning that it is 0, it's the enemy's turn. Attack, right? So let me run a test here. We'll see what it says for enemy's health. Oh, I'm doing it on my own screen again here. Sorry about that. Let's pull this down, pull this up, move this over, ship down. We got this. We got fish. We got fish. So we'll do Enemy health, enemy health, enemy health. So we'll watch the variables here. All right, we got one fish. It's Spike for 20 health. Demon fish take demon fish, take the initiative. What if there's only one? Did I put a parentheses? I don't know. My brain's squirming on the grammar there. Alright, so it just ends, but the enemy has health. So what's going on with that? We got Battle Manager update equals 0 again. Let's change that to 1. First demon fish is attacking. So that's what's supposed to happen. Why isn't it working that way? So we've got the first scene, the fight scene, sorry. Player's turn 0, battle manager equals 1. Fight scene. No. Battle manager if update, change it to 0. If it's the player's turn, I think I can do this. I think if I take this out and make another, instead of using the else, because I feel like the else is doing it for some reason. I don't know why, but we're gonna try something here. Value compare. Turn. Player's turn. If player's turn equals 0, enemy's turn. If enemy 1 health is 0, enemy 2 health is greater than 0, enemy 3 health is greater than 0, 4 health. Then send it to player 1 turn. And call battle player's turn. Yep. So now I'm not using that else. Let's see if that fixes it. First up is third. What? Why does it say that? Demon fish take initiative. Again. What's going on here? We've got the enemies have health. The battle manager update is 0. The player's turn is 0. Huh. Alright, so if the battle manager thing is update, reset value. Oh, that's at the top. Alright, so if the battle manager update is 1, change it to 0. So that way it only runs when you tell it to. But it should be getting this far. I don't understand. If the player's turn is 0 when Battle Manager update happens, this should happen. So why isn't that happening? The player's turn is 0 at the start, right? I mean, I guess it depends on the initiative. It's interesting because you can see the values beforehand. There's four fish, and 3 of them are the same type, and 1 of them is the first type, right? So there's 3 eyeballs and 1 beardfish. 3 eyeballs, 1 beardfish. But let's see what happens. We got the player's turn is 0. But now it's 1. So if we go to brace, they attack. But for some reason, when they take the initiative, it soft locks. Oh, I didn't test the inventory yet. I should do that while I'm here. First up is 3rd. What? They took the initiative. I need to figure that out. Give me a second, I need to stretch. Okay, so it does this, but it doesn't do that. So let's try a dialogue. We'll go dialogue. We'll put it at the top, and we'll say, because this only runs once and then it turns itself off. We'll say Battle Man ran. Battle Man ran. And then we'll go into Gen and we'll disable this one, because we know that one works. Alright, we'll save it. We'll run it. Battleman ran. The Battleman ran. Battleman ran. Johnny Manjiro, thanks for dropping in. I'm at work, so I can't stick around, but just wanted to let you know I sent you a message on X. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll take a look at that. I appreciate that. Thanks for dropping in. Yeah, but have a good day at work. Yeah, I'm just testing this. I've got this RPG thing going here, and you know. Oh, I killed the bad guy. Look at that, that worked. Oh, but I'm still up. So I needed to exit after you kill a bad guy. Let's do that, because that sounds fun. Sounds a lot more fun than this. So what did we say? There's this, but is there else? No. I think it's over here. No, that builds the fish. Thanks, you too. Hope you have an awesome stream. Looking good. Is this your music? Yeah, this is my music. And thank you. I'm having a pretty great stream actually. It's been a lot of fun. I've never done a game jam on stream before, so that's interesting. Cosmo the Shadow Cat. Hey, welcome back. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, so I'm just going further on this. I've got it so it kills the enemy, so that's cool. Yeah, it's a lot of fun, you know, doing this stuff. I've never done a jam live before, but that's kind of how I got into game jams. Is I used to watch like footage of game jams, of people doing game jams, and just like kind of learning the pacing and stuff like that way. Of course I'm really relaxed here, and this is like a big long game jam, so it's like there's like a whole nother 6 days left. I woke up not too long ago, but hope you are well. Hey, well, good morning. I am well. I'm doing well. My sleep schedule is pretty backwards, so it's almost lunchtime for me, maybe ish. But yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Hope you are doing well as well. Hope you slept well, and have a good day planned ahead. The "you died" screen is hilarious. It did work once. Let's see, what do we got? Players, when the fish take initiative, that definitely breaks things. But that's not the break that I'm looking for. Where's the one where the fish die? That must be on this one, right? No, damage gen, maybe? I had a 30-minute power nap, but I blame the cat. Blame the cat for waking you up? I understand the sleep schedule being out of sorts though. Yeah, my sleep's kind of always been like that. You know, it's the funniest thing. Back when I was in college, I was living out in the middle of nowhere, and my dad, because it was like my dad's cottage that I was living at. My dad's mom's cottage, so my grandma's cottage, and my dad was living in Michigan, so he was like paying the taxes and the bills and stuff for the place, and I was just kind of living there, and he was helping me out a ton while I was in college for sure. But where was I going with this? So he got satellite internet because I needed the internet for college, and it was cheaper than a dorm, right? So, because the dorm in Chicago was like crazy. Yeah, the dorm, it was like $30,000 for just my portion for a year. and then I had 2 roommates that also had to pay $30,000 for that year. So between the 3 of us, it was like $90,000. Is crazy. Oh, we got a bot detected. It's interesting that it was a bot that showed up. A Mega Man bot. But yeah, so moral or point of the story is that the satellite internet, it was like HughesNet. It was so bad that you could only use it in the middle of the night, because during the day you had a what did they call it? I can't remember what they called it, but I called it a bucket, because I actually downloaded a piece of software to help me monitor my bucket, because there was like, you had 256 megabytes or something, 250 megabytes, something like that, of data that you could download at high speed anytime in the day. But as soon as that bucket was dry, you were cut off to dial-up, or lower than dial-up, slower than dial-up speed for 24 hours outside of a 3-hour window between, I think it was 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. or something like that. Or that's a 2-hour window, isn't it? It was, yeah, it was something like that. It was like 2 to 5 or something, 3 to 5, and then you could have unlimited high-speed internet during those hours. But the thing was, is that like, if you were downloading like a torrent or something like that, or a video or a movie file or anything that took a long time to download, and you forgot to turn it off, but when that time changed, then it would suck your internet dry and you would be stuck. So what ended up happening was that I flipped my sleep schedule so I could use the internet during those few hours where it was unlimited. And I think that kind of set the course of my life, unfortunately, because ever since then, any chance I get, my sleep schedule just does backflips like crazy. Bot decimating time. Yeah, I totally decimated the bot. He's still in there. I don't know. I need to adjust my stream avatar settings, because the avatars will stay there a lot longer than the people who are there. But it'll go away eventually. Alright, so I never did find where the bad guys are dying. So this is where the player is taking damage. It must be in this thing then. So this is the player's turn. So it must be these then? No, these are the fish are attacking. Oh yeah, it's in this one. Right? Yeah. Yeah, stream avatars can be a bit weird sometimes. I have it too, but I have not reinstalled it yet. Yeah, I got it a while ago, few years ago, and I played around with it a bit. I never really got into it, but I like the pixel art ones, so I just kind of threw it in there. And then I started streaming again recently, and I haven't gone through and fixed all the stuff yet, so I just get it to work, and then it's fine. Like, I don't have any commands or anything set up yet for my stream or nothing like that, so I'm just kind of going. So we got attack choice. Maybe it happens here. Display battle damage update. The fourth takes damage. Okay. Check death. Okay, so that's where this is. If the enemy count is 1. Display first is caught. All right, so that's a crashing point right there, right? Because it's just gonna say that, yeah. But it will. Oh yeah, it'll just stop. Okay, so what we want to do there is restore the previous scene from stack, I think. Yeah, because there's only one fish, there's only one enemy count, and you caught it. So we want to do that. So that's an easy one. But this one, these get a little bit more complicated because now we need to see if both of them. Alright, so here we already have this written, so we'll just copy that and then we'll paste it at the bottom of this one because this gets called first and this one gets called second. So we don't really care if the first one's dead unless the second one's dead also. And then we're going to check for it again, but we're going to delete all the stuff that's inside here. So we'll just select it all and delete it. Oh, and delete it. So here, instead of saying kill enemy, we'll say and fight. Because eventually we want to run a script, I think, that's going to reward the player. So what I'm doing here, I'll actually have to take out, I think, eventually, but I'm going to have to familiarize myself with this area of what I'm doing here, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, that's what we'll do for now, is just send you back. Oh, that's not the right one. This one. Alright, yep, and then we'll do the same thing here. If yeah, so I'll do this. Copy. Alright, so third is caught. Paste. So we also want to do another here, so we're going to nest a few of these. And we're going to change this one to... Oh, we're going to change this part here to health 2. And then we'll do another, and we'll do health. Oh, we already know that the third is caught, so we don't need to do that one. But yeah, we only need one of these also, so we'll get rid of this one. Alright, so if was variable 12, what is that? Enemy health. Why is it like that? Enemy 2, enemy 1 doesn't have health? Oh, whoa, that's weird. It changed back to its other name. Like it's the name that it had before. I changed back to it. That's weird. Alright, so we've got enemy 1. Oh, there's a space in there. Fuck. Here we go. Yeah, enemy 1 health. If that's 0 or less than or equal to 0, and enemy 2 health after finding out that 3, then we'll do that. Alright, we need to do the same thing for 4 though. So I'll grab this one. We'll paste it here, and we'll make another. And we'll delete this, delete that, and this one, health 3. Alright, so we know that 4 is dead, we know that 0 is dead, we know that 2 is dead, we know that 3 is dead. Time to restart the scene. Alright, so that should fix it from soft locking after killing the enemies. It'll still soft lock if the enemy gets the initiative though. So let's figure that out. What do we see? We got Demon Fish takes initiative. We are saying to start the update and that it's not the player's turn. If the inventory is open. Or if the inventory is closed. Otherwise, call that script. But when it goes to this, it doesn't seem to run that enemy health stuff. Maybe they don't have the health yet. Where do they get their health? No, they definitely had the health. Well, maybe it didn't have it yet. Where do they get the health? This is where they get the health. So maybe the update's happening before the initialization's finishing? Alright. That's easy enough. We'll make a variable value. We'll make a new one. We'll call it Batman init bin, and we'll change it to 1. So we'll we'll only change it to 0 if that's done. How about that? If compare. So if Batman bin equals 1, then we do that. Otherwise, it should just keep trying to run. Maybe that'll fix it. I don't know. It seemed like a good idea at the time. We'll see how it goes. All right, got it here. Of course, they don't get the initiative. But I don't know if that would fix it anyways. First, second, or third. Let's go with third. Third takes 0 damage. That's not good. I wanted it to take... I'm taking damage now. Demon 2 is attacking. My health is down to 40. Third Demon Fish is attacking. Health is down to 37. You're up. What'll it be? Player takes critical damage. Oh, jeez. Player takes critical damage. Battleman ran. I'm never gonna win this way. Is it not letting me choose which fish I'm attacking anymore even? It's not. It's like you already made that choice. They are kicking my butt. First, it's just forcing me to attack the first one. That's weird. The first time, oh, I died. Looks like there's a player thing. Oh, and another soft lock. Alright, so there's no loaded data. So that's an issue because I thought it was saving the data. But it's not. That's weird. I could have sworn that I did that. Did I do it in the wrong scene? I don't know, I guess I'll find it later. Alright, but we'll do it here. We'll say save. Game data saved. Yep. Yeah, I could have sworn I put it right there before. Alright, so now it shouldn't break when you die. It should load, or the last time you saved, which should be as soon as you enter the overworld. Oop. What am I doing? There we go. Well, the Demon Fish initiative is still broken. So there's that. Demon Fish initiative. Player turn equals 0 if battle manager update equals. I see what I'm doing. It's right there in front of me. It's a conditional when it's supposed to be a fucking statement. Damn it. Well, now I know. Value var. Battle manager update equals 1. There it is. That should fix that issue. Can't believe it took me that long to figure that out. It's one of those tired bugs. I think I'm getting sleepy. Which is weird because it's like lunchtime for me based on how much sleep I've had. Or how long I've been awake. Let's see what this looks like. This one actually looks really cool. Oh, that looks great. Let's see what the rest of the game looks like. Whoa. That actually doesn't look too bad. Fish is. 4 demon fish ahead. First up is beard fish. Second up is beard fish. Third up is beard fish. Fourth up is spike. You're up. What'll it be? Alright. Let's try the tackle. Falling back. Poor demon fish. Dead ahead. It's telling me all the names. It's not supposed to. It's supposed to send me to the battle manager or something. Oh, now I'm getting attacked. They got the initiative and it's working. Guess I can get rid of that Battleman dialogue. Battleman ran. Player takes critical damage. Oh, I got one. I got one. Oh, I'm dying. So for some reason we've lost choice in who we can attack. And first is still taking damage even though it's dead. Oh, first is caught. Caught first twice. Oh, and I'm dead. Oh, I forgot to get rid of the player in the corner. Yo, the boat looks bad. That's a bad drawing. Oh, and it's the load thing's not working. So still broken. Alright, so let's get rid of the player. Wait, was this game data save? That's what's fucking it up. I was like, oh yeah, I'll just save the game data, and that's where I put it, in like the worst wrong spot possible. Alright, so that should fix that bug. We can get rid of the Battleman ran. Battleman ran. Update. Battleman ran. Disable. Alright, so the issue now is that it's not giving me choice. And there's also the issue that the initialization is telling me the names even when the inventory is open. Yeah. Inventory open, else, and we'll say inventory or bar val, and we'll close the inventory here. Yeah. But it's weird because I don't know. It's because it's stored to the stack. It should have all of that stuff saved to it. But maybe I'm wrong about how the storing to the stack stuff works. Maybe it still needs to rewrite those sprites or the tiles. Anyways, it's moving forward, just slowly. Author Rika. Wait. What is this even for? I don't even know. Oh, that's like the whole game. Interesting. Alright, what am I doing here? Demon fish take initiative. That shit works now. Player inventory. This shit. Alright, let's test it. Let's see what's going on. See what's broken now. That one looks pretty good too. We'll go with this. Fish? Fish. So it's given me the option the first time. Let's take a look at the debug. I don't know why the VRAM is over there. Did it change? Whoa. That's cool. I've never done this before. Looks like breakpoints. Alright, so we've got... Man, there's a lot of stuff here. Let's put this over here. S1 menu choice. So var S1 menu choice. These must be generated local variables. Yeah, I see they're local here. But that one says menu choice. Oh, because... But there's attack choice. I don't know. What is this? Alright, so if I choose one, say I choose third, this changed to 1, which is weird. Attack choice is 3. Alright. So if I hit cast, it just goes. That's weird. I wonder why that is. Let's figure this out. Alright, we're going to go to this guy. We've got attack choice, right? I think it's actually in this guy. Yeah, because it should say cast at which if variable B is greater than 1. What is variable B? The enemy count. Yeah. Well, what's the enemy count at? 3? Yeah. So that's more than 1. Yeah, I don't know. This is weird. Radioactive Ramboy says ahoy. How you doing, Radioactive Ramboy? Thank you for joining. I'm just staring at a screen at this point, but I'm glad you could join us. How is your day going, or your evening, or your morning? I'm all right. How are you? I'm good. I'm good. I'm getting a little bit sleepy, and someone started making coffee, so you know, you get that feeling of like the smell of coffee, but you're not quite awake, and you're like, man, should I drink some coffee? Maybe I should drink some tea or something. It's morning. I'm at work taking a quick break. Right on. That's cool that you got a quick break going. Gotta enjoy a break. I am making a Game Boy game. That's what I'm up to. This is what I've got so far. It's a fighting game, or a JRPG rather, where you fight fish. I see you're working on the GB Jam. That's cool. How's your game coming along? It's coming along good, considering I just found out about the jam. Well, you know, I remember seeing that the jam was coming up, and then I forgot that it was coming up. So I was like 3 days late starting. But considering that, it's turning out pretty good. That looks gorgeous. Thank you. I appreciate it. I've been messing with the palettes, so they all look kind of cool. I think that one looks probably one of the best. Or there was like an orange one too. Yeah, that one looks really good too, because it's what is it? Demon Fish Dead Ahead. That's the title. Because the theme is spooky and Game Boy, so I don't know how I'm going to incorporate Game Boy anymore into it than it runs on the Game Boy. I was thinking about maybe doing like a fish finder or something like that that's shaped like a Game Boy. So I appreciate your enthusiasm. I've got 5 health. The third demon fish is attacking. Player takes critical damage. Boom. You died. That looks great in that color. I really need to fix the drawing. This is just placeholder. I joined too. I spent my whole Saturday and Sunday and last night on my game. I am not at home next weekend, so I only have a few evenings left to fine tune it. Oh wow. Yeah, so what engine are you working in, Radioactive Rambo? Vincent, it's me. Yep, Mep, it's Mep. Vincent, it's Mep. Cheap viewers, that's not a person. You're not a person. I should look at what people say before I try to read their name. Get rid of Vincent, it's Mep. You're using Godot. Cool, I've never actually used Godot before. I've heard of it. Rick doesn't need cheap viewers. He's not us. We are free and better. Yeah, like my friend, the Indie Maniac says, I want the expensive viewers, none of these cheap viewers. He's got us. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Ha ha ha. Yep. So if I click this button, we'll see what happens now. Hey, it loaded. Awesome. Last time it went into a loop and it was just cycling that same image, but it restarted the game. Fish? Yes. There's the fish. So, how has your experience been with Godot? Have you been using it long? Do you enjoy using it? I haven't actually really gotten far with it at all. I downloaded it and tested it out like a while ago. Like this was like 2018 or 2019, and I didn't really get it. Like I was at that point, I was so embedded in Unity and still learning Unity and stuff that like I had a lot of trouble trying to wrap my head around Godot. It feels like Pokemon in the water. Yeah, a little bit, a little bit. I experimented with it around 2018 and haven't touched it since starting preparing for Ludum Dare a few weeks ago and getting back into it. That's awesome. I did a Ludum Dare probably in 2017, I think. And I was actually showing it off earlier on the stream. I might still have it open on a window here. No, I no longer have it open on a window. But yeah, Ludum Dare is super fun. Then I found out about GBJAM and decided to join. Awesome, that's super cool. Yeah, I like GBJAM because, I mean, I've never done GBJAM before, but I like the idea because it's like open. You don't have to make it on the Game Boy. Although the last jam I did was just Game Boy, so it's nice to do both. But I really do like doing Game Boy ROMs. At least with GB Studio. I'm not like super awesome at coding, so like doing it without GB Studio is a little bit overwhelming. You mean actual Game Boy hardware? Yeah, so this game I'm making it with GB Studio, so it will run on a Game Boy. It's pretty awesome software. It's free. There's a little bit of a learning curve, but you don't need to learn any programming. It's all this like stack of what they call events. They're modules essentially. It's visual scripting pretty much. But yeah, that's the plan, is to make something that would run on a Game Boy. Right now I've made things pretty difficult. Right now you should probably run if there's more than one fish. And there's no way to get more health. I wonder how the players should get health. I haven't put any thought into that at all. What if there's like hearts floating in the water, like in the overworld, and like they disappear and reappear, and you have to get them before they start or they'll like blink when they're about to disappear, right? So you go get it, and then it gives you more life, and it kind of entices you. Of course, how am I going to make sure they don't land on the land? That's the hard part. There's not really good collisions in this. There's no way to check to see if it hit a wall, as far as I know, in Game Boy Studio. So that's out. Well, you know what I could do? I could cheat the system. I could move it and then check to see if it's moved, right? Because if it's encased in colliders, it won't move, even if I tell it to, right? If I tell it to use collisions, it'll like block itself in, and then I'm just thinking this out in my head. So, or outside of my head. I'm just thinking this out on the microphone. So yeah. It would block itself in and not be able to move. So if we did a check to see if it moved, and if it didn't move, disable itself and try again. And then there would be always a heart in the water somewhere on the map, and then it would stay for maybe 30 seconds or something like that, and then it'd start blinking for 5 seconds and then disappear regardless of where the player is. That would be pretty cool. And it would give the player more incentive to travel in the game. And then I also want to throw in a exploration mechanic. So basically just a sprite where you go over here and you're like, oh look, there's something I can pick up, and then oh, there it is, and then you pick it up, and then it says you found this, and maybe show you an image or a drawing or something, I don't know. And all of this art is just thrown in there. It doesn't even have colliders. Not because I can't do it, but just because I haven't gotten to it yet, and this is a huge map. The animated water would be pretty easy to do. I could probably do that right away. I just don't know how I want to do it. I kind of want it to go back and forth, like... Can you spend the next few days on the game as well? Yeah, I basically have nothing on my plate, so I'm gonna do that. Cause I think there's like 5 days left now. I don't know. I need to pull up the game jam. Let's see. What was it? GBJAM itch. It's all up in here. Let's see. Oh, that's not what I want. GBJAM. Let's try that again. GBJAM. Here it is. So yeah, there's still 6 days, 1 hour, 19 minutes, and 6, 5, 4, 3. Yeah, so still got 5 days. Like, yeah, if you don't have the weekend, that kind of puts a damper on things. What day is today? Tuesday? 5 days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So on Sunday, it looks like September 13th. Oh, wait, that's when it started. To September 23rd. Oh, okay. So, oh, but that's 6 a.m. for me. Okay. But yeah, I'm ready. I don't know if I'll finish it, but I don't care. Well, I forgot. What was the... Is there a reward or whatever? What do they call that? I don't remember. Not that I do it for that, but I got confused because I was looking at the Pixel Jam, which there is a reward. Prizes. There are no prizes for this jam. What matters is trying your best. And I think that's important, to not do it for the prizes, not do it for the possible clout or whatever. Yep, you were right. Just for fun. Oh, haha, it was right there. It was right there. Yep. I am very proud of what I made. It's not finished yet, but but already better than what I did in 2018. Cool to see how I grew. That's awesome. That's fantastic that you're able to see the growth, because that's really what it's all about. You know, there's so much you can learn in game dev. It's crazy, but I totally feel ya. If you step away from it sometimes and come back to it, there's things that you learn still. you know. And sometimes when you're just everyday grinding, it's not the same. Like for me, like I used to play guitar like a lot, and now I don't play as much, but I don't really take it very seriously. But I got good enough where I could set it down and then pick it back up and still be able to play. Like, don't get me wrong, I didn't have all of my chops, I didn't remember every single scale or whatever, but I could still play. Like if I had a buddy that came over, or if I brought my guitar over to someone's place, we could still jam. Like even today my fingers would hurt, but I could still play. And that's kind of the way I am with a lot of things. I get good enough to where I'm confident to put it down for a bit and then come back to it, because I let ideas gestate, and then I come back with, you know, a different perspective, a different level of confidence, and it makes different art. That sounds like a smart strategy. It can be. It really depends on what you're trying to do. You know, I'm very much a generalist and a DIYer in pretty much everything I do in my life. So, and you know, I do work in teams, but I also work solo like a lot, and I do team stuff a lot too. Like this last year, I've been doing team stuff and solo stuff at the same time, and that's been a lot. But that's kind of what started me on GB Studio, actually, because I was doing so much in Unity that I was having trouble like juggling architecture, and so it just seemed easiest to go back to the basics. But yeah, the problem with my strategy is that sometimes I end on this rotating hobbies thing, and sometimes I just never get back to hobbies. Like I've got this oil-based clay in the garage that it's, you know, it's safe, and it's oil-based, so it doesn't dry out, but I've had it for years and I haven't used it in forever. Like I bought it for art school back in the day, and that was like over 15 years ago, or about 15 years ago or something like that. It was like 2006 or 7 that I bought the clay, and then brought it home after the class was done, and I ended up bringing home more clay than what I bought, because a lot of people left their clay behind because they didn't want to bring it home on the train from Chicago or whatever. So I brought like fucking 60-70 pounds of clay or some shit home from school. I still got it and I can't wait to use it, but I have not. I actually want to do a sculpture stream sometime. I think that would be cool to do, because you never see that. But I need, there's a couple things that I need, like a rotating sculpture, like Lazy Susan type thing, and then I'll be ready for that. But also, it's like your hands get kind of oily from the oil-based clay, so I don't want to ruin all my mouse and keyboard and stuff, like touch anything. But I'll just have to wash my hands a lot. I have special soap somewhere. I don't know what happened to it. I could always buy more. Man, I am getting sleepy. I feel like I need to eat something. My blood sugar is dropping off. When was the last time I took a break? What time is it over there? It's 4:48 in the morning. I am near Chicago, so Central Time Zone. But yeah, my sleep schedule's messed up, so I woke up about 12 hours ago. No? I woke up around so this is what happened. I went to bed around 6 yesterday morning, and I realized I had a dentist appointment at noon, so I went to that, and then I fell right back to sleep at like 1:30 until like 6 or 7. So I woke up basically at 7. And what, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ish. So yeah, I've been streaming for 7.5 hours, but I've been awake for about 10. Did you stay up all night or got up super early? Yeah, so I just kind of stayed up all night. I don't know. Sometimes I let my sleep schedule just kind of slip and it slides a little bit further each night. And yeah. So like, cuz I do work with a team of game developers, but like right now things are like in between. So I don't have like a whole lot on my plate, so I have like all this free time right now that I'm kind of taking advantage of. But also I run my own studio, so like I'm you know, I'm trying to gear back into working on my game Retro Spaceball, but this GB Studio stuff is like so addictive, it keeps pulling me away. But I did actually put a little bit of work into Retro Spaceball early in the week before I realized that I was missing out on the game jam. But after this game jam, I'm gonna go right back into Retro Spaceball. So, but yeah, I'm actually pretty excited with what I've made already. Just these 4 enemies and getting them to be on that screen is actually kind of a big pain in the ass. And this would be my first JRPG ever. I've used the art style before, but I've never used like a fighting screen, except for one time. But that doesn't count as a game. It was just one fighting screen in one game, so it wasn't like a fighting screen game. Yeah. But I think I'm gonna take a break because I really need to eat something. Because I shouldn't be this tired. I only had 1 meal yet so far, so I've been up for like 10 hours, so yeah. I'm gonna have a second meal and try to come back as quickly as possible. Bon appetit. Thank you very much, sir. Or, thank you very much. Alright, I will be back. You will go back to work. See you later, hopefully. Yeah. That's awesome, and enjoy your day at work. Going to eat, have some food. All right, I'll be back soon, guys. Thank you. All right, I'm back. I'm still munching, but I am back. So, pardon me while I chew on this granola bar. Hmm. So that was weird that it didn't do anything there. So variable C was 2, attack choice 2. Actually, it was 1, wasn't it? What is variable B? No, variable B is enemy count. I see what's going on here. I'm calculating attack choice 2, but not attack choice 1. Copy event, paste it. Oh wait, no, we're telling it that it is attack choice 2. Oh, this is variable C. This is variable B. Ah, because there's no variable C is 1. I feel like it was there and then I got rid of it because I didn't fully understand it. But we still need to be able to attack choice 1. Yep, that should work. We'll try that. Oh, we got a bug. It looks like the beardfish is buggy too, huh? It looks like the eyeball. These 3 tiles are over here. Interesting. So if the 4th is an eyeball, it's broken. Let's try to fix that. Got this. Enemy count is 4. Enemy position 4 is type 3. Let's open this up and take a look. So it's gonna start at 9, so that's right there. 10 and 11. So that means that this one all the way at the bottom. Yep. Wait. It's the coordinates. It's not the index that's wrong, it's the coordinates. Because this should be, or no. This one is 10-8, 11-8, 12-8. So yeah, these ones are right. But these ones are not. So 12, 11, and 10. And I thought I had that all debugged. But maybe now I do. There's so many combinations that I just hadn't gotten to them all. gas was dodged. I got one. Already halfway out of health. And it won't let me attack anyone else. So there's definitely something going on where it's letting you pick the first time and then it's not letting you pick after that, and I don't know why it's doing that. We've got this battle player turn. We've got this. You're up. What'll it be? And that happens, but then when you hit cast, the value is 1. The variable b is 1. Is less than 1. And that's enemy count. Man, I forget what I was working on. This is the worst. This thing. I want to make it so it asks you every time if there's an option. If the enemy count is greater than 1. Display cast at which. I'm gonna watch that variable this time. Yeah, I'm gonna watch that variable. Oh, let's get the debugger up. So weird that it moved. Alright, so we want, what is it? I don't even know. We want the enemy count. Alright, so let's take a look at what's going on. We got enemy count is 2. Alright, so if I choose this, didn't change the enemy count. Alright, so if I choose cast, you would think enemy count is more than 1. It should ask me what I'm casting at. But it doesn't. It just goes to first. Which is weird because cast is supposed to do this stuff. Well, that's weird. Why isn't this enemy count? That's my question. And this one as well. Is that the mistake? I sure hope so, because I don't even remember what I just did. My brain's just like failing. Hey, it's asking me again. Nice. I think oh. It asked me, but then it didn't give me the option. That's weird. Cast it which? And then it just goes into it. It's supposed to display a menu. Cast it which? Oh, I see. This variable B thing is still stupid. It needs to be enemy count. I don't know why that was set to variable B. But it was. Oh, I'm on the wrong screen. There we go. First takes 0 damage. That's weird. I didn't think I accidentally programmed someone to be invulnerable. Oh, he took 7 damage that time. I'm gonna kill this big guy. You're going down, big eye. Got him. That was pretty cool. It ended the scene, went back to this, right back where I was, back to fishing. Now we're gonna die because this is more than what I bargained for. Third up is Ely. Demon Fish, take initiative. Health is 44. I don't remember what I'm trying to test anymore. I guess, yeah, this is what I'm trying to test. Cast at Witch. We'll cast at third. Alright, so it should say Cast at Witch, but it should also give me the option to choose. Just to be sure, it says we've got 3 enemy count. Will hit cast. It says Cast at Witch. Can we break? Can we pause? Break it? How did I do that? Pause. Hey, look, it's asking me again. Okay, cool. I did fix it. Alright, that's what I wanted. Now I'm actually playing the game. Noise. Wonder if I can, if I could put the HP there, like put the variable in there. I wonder if it would do that. Oh snap. I guess items would be a good way to restore health. So what happens to the health? Did it restore it? Yeah. So every time you run away, you get your health back. So we need a save point, maybe like a lighthouse. Or maybe a buoy. No, I think it should be like a pier with a lighthouse. I think I could take them. It's just a weak one and a midweek. I'm so happy that it's working. I don't think I'm gonna live, but I should have gone with the first or the second enemy first. Alright, so first should no longer be an option. But it is. So you can miss and have a critical at the same time. So that's a bug. But I caught both the fish. So that was a win. Huge win for me. Alright, so we're at about 8 hours for the stream. I really appreciate everyone chilling and hanging out. But yeah, my brain is falling a little short. So I'm thinking about either taking another break here or just ending the stream and taking a nap. Maybe playing a game. I gotta get my second exercise session in for today too. So yeah, maybe we should just call it. Oh, that's not what I want. This is what I want. I did get quite a bit done today. I got the inventory in there, even though it doesn't work. I got the "You Died" screen in there, even though it's not drawn well. I got the title screen in done, and that actually looks pretty good. We got the logo working, it goes there. We got the save working. We got the enemies debugged further. Remember we were having this eyeball issue where it was putting it on this guy. What else do we do? Oh, the enemies attack you now. They didn't do that before. It no longer just ends as soon as you enter the fight, because I turned that off. And then I fixed, hopefully, all the ways that it breaks. And then you can always run. That's new now. Defense is new, even though it doesn't do anything yet. Tackle, of course, we mentioned that. So yeah, all that stuff is new. It doesn't seem like that much has changed because this ugly map is still ugly, and that there's only one trigger being used, and there's no more enemies being added. But everything that was made yesterday is a lot more polished now. And we do got the demon fish dead ahead. Mascot guy going. That'll have to be a boss. You know what I can do? Instead of doing tile swaps for the boss, I can just make a scene for the boss. It'd be easier to deal with. But I could do tile swapping to animate it. But it would only be animations between the dialogues. I don't know how to make it animate while the dialogues are up. So but yeah, I appreciate all the lurking, and I'm probably gonna do the same thing tomorrow. Probably start probably 12 hours from now, and Well, probably more like 13 or 14 hours from now. And then do it all night again. Alright. Well, thanks again, everybody. Enjoy your evening, and we'll see you next time. Take care. Oh, you know, I didn't look to raid anyone, but it's a very small, inactive thing going on here. Not a whole lot of things going on. We could raid Pirate Software again, but I'm sure they don't really need the few viewers that I have. But yeah, I'm gonna call it a night, so go check out someone else's stream. I would raid you, but it just feels weird when there's so few people. So have a good night. Take care. Bye.